Part A, Elementary Level. Lesson 1, Human Brain. Passage 1. How does food affect your brain?
The foods you eat supply your body with energy. Your body needs energy to move, breathe, and even to sleep. One part of your body uses a surprising amount of energy. It's surprising because this part of your body is small, only 2 to 3% of your total weight, but it uses 20 to 30% of the energy from your food. Can you guess what it is? It's your brain. No doubt you know that drugs affect the brain, but did you know that food affects it too? Different types of food affect the brain in different ways. Sometimes we can feel the changes that food makes in our brains. For example, most people can feel a change almost immediately after drinking coffee. The caffeine in coffee makes people feel mentally sharper and more awake. After a cup of coffee, a person can think and make decisions more quickly. Other foods affect the brain in ways that we cannot feel, so we aren't aware of the effects. We do not realize how these foods influence us. However, everything we eat matters. Our food affects how smart we are, how well we remember things, and how long we can concentrate. For example, researchers have found that eating breakfast makes students do better on tests. Spinach, berries, and other colorful fruits and vegetables help keep older brains from slowing down. Eating large amounts of animal fat, in meat and cheese, for example, makes learning more difficult. Fish really is brain food. Many people have long believed that eating fish was good for the brain, and now scientists are finding that this is true. For millions of years, the brains of early human beings stayed the same size. They weighed only about 1 pound. 400 to 500 grams. Then, during the last million years or so, there was a big increase in brain size, with the human brain growing to about 3 pounds on average. This increase in brain size meant an increase in brain power. With bigger, more powerful, more advanced brains, human beings became smart enough to build boats and invent written languages. They developed forms of music and began to create works of art. Some scientists say that the big change in the size of the human brain happened after people started to eat fish and other kinds of seafood. Seafood contains a certain kind of fat, known as omega-3 fat. According to these scientists, omega-3 fat caused the increase in brain size. Today, brain scientists in general agree. This fat is still important for healthy brains, and most of us are not getting enough of it. Did you realize that your brain is always changing, no matter how old you are? The foods you eat affect how your brain grows, how well you learn, and how well you remember things. Maybe you have never thought about how you feed your brain. Luckily, it's never too late to start feeding it well.
Passage 2. How does your memory works?
You have 2 basic types of memory, short-term memory and long-term memory. Things you see or hear first enter your short-term memory. Very little of this information then passes on into your long-term memory. Does this mean you have a bad memory? Not at all. Your short-term memory has a certain job to do. Its job is to store information for a few seconds only. You use your short-term memory when you look up a phone number, call it, and then forget it. You remember the number just long enough to use it, and then it disappears from your memory. That's really a good thing. Imagine if your memory held every number, face, and word you ever knew. Your brain would hold a mountain of trivia. Of course, we need to remember some information longer, so it has to pass from short-term to long-term memory. Sometimes we tell ourselves to remember, okay, don't forget 555-1212, 555-1212. But usually, we don't even think about it. Our brain makes the decision for us. It decides to store the information or let it go. The brain seems to make the decision by asking two questions. Does the new information affect our emotions? Does it make us happy, sad, angry, or excited? Does the new information concern something we already know, so our brain can store it with information that is already there? An answer of yes to one or both of these questions sends the new information into long-term memory. That means the brain creates new connections among brain cells. These connections form in a region of the brain called the cerebral cortex. It's the largest part of the brain. After a piece of information enters your long-term memory, how do you get it back? Sometimes your brain may seem like a deep, dark closet. You open the door to look for something. You are sure it's in there somewhere, but you cannot find it. Maybe the information is no longer there. Information disappears when connections among brain cells become weak. They get weak if time passes and the connections are not used. That is why it's good to review your notes from a lecture soon after the class. Do not wait too long to look in the closet. To keep the memory of something strong, think of it often. For example, look at those lecture notes the next day and the day after that, too. Then wait a few days and review them again. Every time you think about something, the connections in the brain get stronger. Then it's easier to remember the information when you need it. Unfortunately, this advice applies only to certain kinds of things that you try to remember. It won't help when you are trying to remember a name that's on the tip of your tongue. A tip-of-the-tongue experience is the feeling that you're about to remember a word, but it just won't come out. These experiences are common among older adults, but everyone has them. College students, on average, have 1 or 2 a week. This advice also won't help you remember something that just never made it from short-term to long-term memory. No matter how hard you try, you won't find it in your memory. So you'll need some other strategy to help you figure out where you left your keys.
Passage 3. What happens in your brain as you sleep?
Human beings, like all mammals, need sleep. Adults need an average of 7.5 hours a night. However, the average amount of sleep might not be right for you, just as the average size shoe might not be right for your foot. The usual sleep schedule, that is, doing all your sleeping at night, might not be right for you either. Getting some sleep during the day may be exactly what your brain needs. We may not all need the same amount of sleep or the same sleep schedule, but everyone needs the same two types of sleep. Our sleep is divided between REM sleep and NREM sleep, which you can pronounce NREM or non-REM. REM comes from the words rapid eye movement. During this type of sleep, your eyes move quickly. This eye movement shows that your brain is very active and you're dreaming. You spend about 20% of the night in REM sleep. NREM means non-REM or no eye movement. This type of sleep has 4 stages. When you fall asleep, you enter stage 1 of NREM sleep. This is a light sleep, so a noise could easily wake you up. After several minutes, you enter stage 2. It's not so easy to wake you up from this type of sleep. Stages 3 and 4 are periods of deep sleep. You breathe slowly, your muscles relax, your heart rate slows, and your brain becomes less active. You experience both REM and NREM sleep when you go through a sleep cycle. A cycle is a group of events that happens again and again, like the cycle of seasons that happens each year. A sleep cycle takes you from light sleep to deep sleep and back again. It includes the 4 stages of NREM sleep, then a short period of REM sleep, and finally a return to light NREM sleep. At night, most people go through a series of 4 to 6 sleep cycles. It's good to understand sleep cycles and the stages of NREM sleep if you ever take naps during the day. A nap of 20 to 45 minutes will mean getting mostly stage 2 sleep. It will mean sharper motor skills and a better ability to focus your mind and pay attention. That is exactly what most people hope for when they take a nap. A longer nap may not do you as much good. It may mean that you enter the deep sleep of stage 3 or 4. If your alarm wakes you during deep sleep, you will wake up unable to think clearly. You will probably feel more tired than you did before your nap, and it can take 30 minutes or more to get over this feeling. However, a longer nap can do you good if it covers a full sleep cycle. That takes 90 to 120 minutes. If your alarm wakes you up at the end of a full sleep cycle, you will be coming out of a light sleep, and your brain will have all the advantages of a good rest. Those good effects can last for up to 10 hours. If you live a busy life, you probably do not always get a full night's sleep. Not getting enough sleep can mean you forget words, you have trouble learning, and you react more slowly. You can probably think of other effects of too little sleep. So consider taking a nap for the good of your brain, and think about sleep stages if you set an alarm.
Passage 4. Research on dreaming.
Bruno Beckham has a good job. He also has a new job offer. He has to make a decision right away, but he's not sure whether he should accept the offer. He is sure, however, that he's not going to make up his mind tonight. "I'll know what to do in the morning," he says. How will he know? What does he think will happen overnight? "I don't know," he says, "but whenever I have a big decision to make, I have to sleep on it." When you face a big decision, do your friends tell you to sleep on it? People in Italy say, dormici su. It means the same thing. In France, they say, la nuit porte conseil, meaning the night brings advice. People in many cultures believe that something useful happens during sleep. But what happens, and why? Maybe the answer can be found in our dreams. Many people believe that dreams help us in our daily lives. The American boxer Floyd Patterson believed this. He used to dream of new ways to move in a fight, and he claimed that these moves helped him surprise other boxers. Srinivasa Ramanujan, an important mathematician from India, said that all his discoveries came to him in dreams. Artists, scientists, and writers report getting ideas from dreams, too. The English writer Mary Shelley did. She said that the story of Frankenstein came to her in a dream. Paul McCartney of the Beatles woke up one morning from a dream in which he was listening to music. He immediately went to the piano and played the music, which became Yesterday, one of the Beatles' most famous songs. Scientists do not agree on what dreams mean or why people dream. Some doubt that dreams have any important purpose. They say that dreams show activity in the brain, but it's like the activity of a car going in circles with no driver. It does nothing useful. On the other hand, many scientists claim that dreams are helpful. They say that dreams are good for learning new skills and developing strong memories. Some researchers hope to learn more about the dreams of people by studying the dreams of animals. At the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, scientists have studied the dreams of rats. In one study, the rats were learning to run through a maze, and the scientists would record the activity in the rats' brains. Later, during REM sleep, the rats' brains showed exactly the same activity. The rats were going through the maze again in their dreams. Researchers could tell if the dreaming rats were running or standing still. In fact, one researcher reported that they could pinpoint where the rats would be in the maze if they were awake. Were the rats practicing for the next day? Does dreaming somehow help them learn and remember? Do human brains work this way? The researchers at MIT are searching for answers to these questions. Right now, there is no explanation for dreams that everyone accepts. There is a great deal we still do not know about the sleeping brain, but maybe one day we will know all its secrets.
Lesson 2, Food. Passage 1. Chocolate maker.
How do you feel about chocolate? If you like it, you are far from alone. The question is, why are so many people so crazy about it? Jacques Torres has always loved chocolate. When he was a child in France, his family could not afford to buy it very often. They used to have chocolates only once a year, at Christmas. Jacques remembers how he used to take some and go hide under the table with the tablecloth all around him. He didn't want his mother to see how many chocolates he was eating. He says that when he bit into one of his favorites, that was heaven. When he grew up, Jacques became a professional chef. For years, he worked at famous restaurants in France and the United States. Then he left restaurant work to start his own business. Today, he owns 9 chocolate shops in New York City, one with a chocolate factory next door. It feels to him like a dream come true. Everybody loves chocolate, says Jacques, but it's such a mystery to them. How does this magic happen? At the factory, visitors get to watch how it happens through 11-foot-tall windows. Jacques offers visitors the chance to see how dusty brown cocoa beans are turned into beautiful chocolates. It's clear that many people share Jacques' love of chocolate. His shops sell millions of dollars worth of chocolate each year. However, no one thinks of New York City as the world capital of chocolate. That would be Switzerland, a country rich in chocolate factories. The average person there eats about 22 pounds of chocolate a year. Next in line after the Swiss are the chocolate-loving British. There are chocolate lovers across all of Europe, North and South America, and Australia too. Now chocolate makers are looking to Asia for new customers, especially India and China. Why do people love chocolate so much? Many researchers have asked this question, and they have studied what chocolate does to the human brain. Scientists have found that chocolate has more than 300 different chemicals in it. Which ones give us the good feelings we get when chocolate melts in the mouth? That has been difficult to figure out. We do now know that chocolate can be good for you, especially dark chocolate. So if you wish, you can say that you eat it for your health. Jacques Torres suggests a different way to think about chocolate. You know, chocolate is like romance, he says. It makes your eyes close, your mouth water. It makes you playful. That seems a fine reason to enjoy a little chocolate.
Passage 2. History of the tomato.
Ah, the tomato, so well loved by foodies everywhere. The French used to call it la pomme d'amour, the love apple. Today, cooks around the world do wonderful things with it. There are more than 4,000 types of tomatoes, and no doubt even more ways to eat them. Without the tomato, we would have no Mexican salsa or Italian pizza. Many wonderful Indian dishes would not be the same. After the potato, it's the most popular vegetable in the world. But wait, is it a vegetable? You may be thinking, who cares? But this question was once important enough that it had to be decided by the highest court in the United States. It happened back in 1893. At that time, there was a tax on vegetables brought into the country, but no tax on imported fruit. Naturally, importers of tomatoes called them fruit so as not to pay the tax. Not everyone agreed, and the question went all the way to the Supreme Court. The justices knew that the tomato really is a fruit. That's because it's the part of the plant holding the seeds. To be more specific, the tomato is a berry. However, most people considered it a vegetable. They usually cooked and ate tomatoes more like vegetables than like fruit. That was the basis for the court's decision in the case. The justices said that the tomato should be called and taxed as a vegetable. The story of the tomato really begins much earlier. It starts in South America, where tomatoes grew wild. The first people to grow them were the Maya people of Central America. In the 1500s, the Spanish took tomatoes from Mexico to Spain. From there, tomatoes went to France, Italy, and other areas around the Mediterranean Sea. Those first tomatoes were small and yellow. Their color gave the tomato its Italian name, pomodoro, or pomo d'oro, golden apple. Europeans did not fall in love with tomatoes quickly. For a long time, they were afraid to eat them. The tomato plant looks like a plant called deadly nightshade, or belladonna, and is part of the same family. The roots, leaves, and berries of the deadly nightshade are highly poisonous. So it took a while for Europeans to accept the tomato. A cookbook with tomato recipes did not become available to the public until 1692. By the late 1700s, Europeans were happily eating tomatoes. However, in the United States, most people did not yet trust them. President Thomas Jefferson, 1743 to 1826, helped to change their minds. He grew tomatoes in his gardens and served them at dinners in the White House. Today, tomatoes are so popular in the U.S. that 85% of home gardeners grow them. As every one of those gardeners would no doubt tell you, there's nothing like a fresh, homegrown tomato.
Passage 3. Comfort food.
It's natural for people to eat when they're hungry, but people eat for other reasons too. Do you ever eat because you're with friends and everyone else is eating? Do you ever eat because you feel tired or because you're under stress? Many people do. Maybe they have too much to do, or they're having problems in a relationship. So they eat to feel better. But they don't eat just anything. They want a specific kind of food. They want food that helps them relax. They want comfort food. What is comfort food? For most people, it's food that is easy to prepare and easy to eat. Eating it gives them a warm feeling. It's often a type of food that they loved as children. Maybe they used to eat it at specific times or places. Maybe it's food their mother or father used to make. Comfort food makes people feel, somebody's taking care of me. Researchers at the University of Illinois did a survey on comfort food in the United States. They asked over 1,000 people about it. They wanted to know two things. What comfort foods did people want, and when did they want them? The results of the survey were rather surprising. The researchers expected people's favorite comfort food to be soft and warm, like, for example, the most popular comfort foods in Japan, miso soup and soba noodles. But the number one U.S. comfort food was not soft or warm. It turned out to be potato chips. Another favorite was ice cream, especially among people ages 18 to 34. Not all comfort foods are snack foods, however. Nearly half of the comfort foods that people described were healthy homemade foods, like chicken soup and mashed potatoes. The survey showed that people of different ages want different comfort foods. It also showed that men and women make different choices. In general, women choose sweet comfort foods. Those who took part in the survey mentioned ice cream most often. 74% of them put it on their list. Then chocolate, 69%, and cookies, 66%. Ice cream was very popular with the men, too. 77% of the men in the survey mentioned it. However, men do not choose sweet foods as often as women do. Men often want hot and salty comfort foods, such as soup, 73%, and pizza or pasta, 72%. The researchers also figured out when the people in the study wanted comfort food most. You may think that comfort food is usually for times of stress or when someone feels bored or lonely. However, the researchers say that the opposite is true. Yes, people do eat to feel better, but more often they eat comfort foods when they already feel happy. They eat them to celebrate or to reward themselves.
Passage 4. Slow food.
Italians know and love good food. It's at the heart of their culture. So is taking the time to enjoy their food. They do not like to rush through meals. As a result, many of them think that fast food is a terrible idea. In 1986, the first American fast food restaurant, a McDonald's, opened in Rome. Many Italians were surprised and angry. They saw it as an attack on Italian culture. One man, Carlo Petrini, decided to fight back. Fast food is the enemy, he said, and he started a group called Slow Food. Today, over 100,000 people in 160 countries belong to the group. More people join every day. The members of Slow Food share many of the same ideas about problems with food today. One of those problems is fast food. Slow Food members consider it unhealthy. They also do not like that fast food is the same everywhere. That's boring, they say. What is better are healthy local food traditions with all their wonderful variety. Slow Food members worry about a second problem, too. For a variety of reasons, some types of plants and animals are becoming very rare. Some have become so rare that the world is in danger of losing them completely. Some examples are several kinds of dates that grow only in the area around Siwa, Egypt. The blue egg chickens of Temuca, Chile, who produce eggs only when they live outside. The wild coffee plants of the Harina forest in Ethiopia, the only place in the world where you can find coffee plants in the wild. And the piraruca, a fish in the Amazon River that can weigh more than 500 pounds, as much as 250 kilograms. Slow Food does not want to let these plants and animals disappear, so the organization is working with local groups to stop that from happening. Slow Food wants to protect biodiversity, the wide variety of types of plants and animals we have on Earth. There is a third problem that worries slow food members. Much of our food today is produced by big companies. These companies sell their products in distant places, so they want products that can travel well. Big growers want the kinds of fruit and vegetables that look good after a long trip. But how do their apples, lettuce, and tomatoes taste when they finally arrive? That is less important to them. So now we have more trouble finding good-tasting fresh fruit and vegetables. Today, it has become common to eat foods from far away. Foods eaten in the United States travel an average of 1,300 miles to reach the dinner table. In the past, people got most of their food from farms in their local area. Slow food members say people should be buying more local food. It's fresh and it's part of our culture. One man in the United States, Gary Nubbin, decided to try this. For 1 year, all his food came from plants and animals near his home in Arizona. One local animal there is the rattlesnake. Nubbin ate that, too. In his book, Coming Home to Eat, he says it tastes just like chicken. Fast food is reaching more and more parts of the world. But slow food is getting its message to more and more people, too.
Lesson 3, Communication. Passage 1. The ways that animals communicate.
Who is better at communicating, people or animals? If you think about human inventions such as the telephone and the internet, the answer seems perfectly clear. Human beings are the great communicators. However, think about your own personal communication skills. If you compare your skills with what animals can do, the answer is not so simple. Animals can communicate in ways that people cannot. Most of us depend on our voices for much of our communication. We use words and sounds to pass information to the people around us. However, the sound of the human voice cannot travel very far. Even the voice of an opera singer with years of training cannot travel as far as many animal voices. Think of the elephant, for example. Because of its great size, its voice has the power to be heard for miles. Elephants can also make very low sounds, too deep for any human to hear, which let them communicate over even greater distances. These sounds travel in sound waves both through the air and through the ground. How do elephants receive the messages? No one knows. Maybe they hear them with their ears, or maybe they sense them in some other way. It's possible that the sound waves pass from the ground through the elephant's toenails into their bones and then to their brains. Let's also consider communication through movement. Professional dancers use dance to share ideas and emotions. When we watch them, we may be able to understand what they are saying with their bodies. But even a great dancer's ability to speak through movement cannot match the average honeybees. Bees do a dance that tells other bees where to find food. The dance tells the other bees which way to go so they can fly to the food in a straight line. It also tells them exactly how far to go. It clearly describes both the direction and the distance to a specific place. The sense of smell offers another way to communicate. People can get information through their sense of smell, as when your nose tells you something good is cooking in the kitchen. In general, however, we don't use smells to send messages the way that animals do. For example, certain animals produce smells to tell others, "This is my place, get out." A smell can also give an invitation. Often a female animal will produce a smell to attract a male. It tells him, "Here I am, come find me." Animals are also better than humans at understanding the messages in smells. We certainly cannot compete with dogs. The canine sense of smell is up to 1,000,000 times better than ours. Our noses are not the best, our voices are not the strongest, and our dancing may not say anything at all. But people are the only ones with words and written languages. So maybe we can still call ourselves the great communicators.
Passage 2. How do we communicate with laughter?
People have many ways to express themselves, that is, to show how they feel or what they think. One way that feels especially good is laughter. We all laugh when we see or hear something funny. We also laugh when we see other people laughing, which is why we say laughter is contagious. Laughter clearly has a role to play in human communication, but what are we saying when we laugh? A team of psychologists studied the laughter of 120 students at a U.S. university by having the students watch funny movies. Sometimes the students were alone, and sometimes they were in pairs. The psychologists recorded the students' laughter, and they noticed that the students made a wide variety of laughing sounds. They also noticed differences in how many times each student laughed and how the student laughed. For the students in pairs, both these things depended on the student's partner. Was the other person the same sex or the opposite sex? And what was the relationship between the two? Was the person a friend or a stranger? Here are some of the researchers' findings. Men laughed much more during the movies when they were with a friend. It did not matter whether the friend was male or female. Men laughed much less when their partner was a stranger or when they were alone. Women laughed most when they were with male friends. With male strangers, women laughed in a higher voice. There were 3 basic types of laughs: high, song-like laughs, laughs with the sounds coming mostly through the nose, and low, grunting laughs. The researchers then carried out another study, in which they asked people to listen to these 3 types of laughter. To find out which kind of laughter people liked best, they asked questions like, "Does the person laughing sound friendly? Do you think he or she sounds attractive? Would you like to meet this person?" Most people preferred the high song-like sounds and were attracted to people who laughed this way. The researchers believe that laughter is a tool we use, usually without thinking about it, to influence the emotions and behavior of other people. They say we often use laughter to show that we want to be friends. In fact, in spite of what you may think, most laughter during conversation is not because someone is reacting to something funny. Researcher Robert Provine, author of Laughter, a Scientific Investigation, says that in conversation, the people who are listening actually laugh less than the ones who are speaking. A speaker's laughter has a social purpose, says Provine. He calls laughter the oil in the social machine. In other words, it helps relationships between people work smoothly. Did you know that human beings are not the only ones who laugh? Dogs do it too. Canine laughter sounds something like ha ha ha, and it seems to express the idea, let's play. Another researcher, Jacques Panksepp, reports that rats laugh too. The white rats he works with in his lab laugh when he tickles them. But please do not go out and try this. Panksepp warns, you have to know the rat.
Passage 3. Who invented the telephone?
If you cannot imagine how you would get along without your phone, then say a word of thanks to its inventor, Alexander Graham Bell. Bell was born in Scotland in 1847. All through his life, he had a strong interest in communication, partly because of his family. His grandfather was an actor and a famous speech teacher, and his father developed the first international phonetic alphabet. His mother's influence was rather different. Communication was hard for her because she was almost completely deaf. She usually held a tube to her ear in order to hear people. Her son Alexander discovered another way to communicate with her when he was a little boy. He used to press his mouth against her forehead and speak in a low voice. The sound waves traveled to her ears through the bones of her head. This was among the first of his many discoveries about sound. As a teenager, Bell taught music and public speaking at a boys' school. In his free time, he had fun working on various inventions with an older brother, inventions that included a useful machine for farm work. Then both of Bell's brothers got sick and died. He came down with the same terrible sickness, tuberculosis, leading his parents to move the family to Canada. There, his health returned. Bell moved to the United States when he was 24. He went to Boston to teach at a school for deaf children. In Boston, he fell in love with Mabel Hubbard, a student of his who later became his wife. During this period of his life, Bell was a very busy man. In addition to teaching, he was working on several inventions. Bell's main goal was to make machines to help deaf people hear. He was also trying to improve on the telegraph. In those days, the telegraph was the only way to send information quickly over a long distance. Telegraph messages traveled over wires and were sent in Morse code, which used long and short sounds for the letters of the alphabet. Bell was trying to find a way to send the human voice along a wire. However, almost no one believed in this idea. People kept telling him, "You're wasting your time. You should try to invent a better telegraph. That's where the money is." Bell understood a great deal about sound and electricity, but he was actually not very good at building things. Luckily, he met someone who was, a man named Thomas Watson. Watson turned out to be a great help to Bell. One day, it was March 10, 1876, The two men were working in separate rooms. They were getting ready to test a new invention, which had a wire going from one of the rooms to the other. Something went wrong, and Bell shouted, "Mr. Watson, come here! I want you!" His voice traveled along the wire, and Watson heard it coming from the new machine. It was the world's first telephone call. Bell may or may not have realized it at the time, but he was on his way to becoming a very rich man. Soon afterward, Bell wrote to his father, "The day is coming when telegraph wires will go to houses just like water or gas, and friends will converse with each other without leaving home." Maybe his father laughed to hear this idea. At the time, most people expected the phone to be just a business tool, not something that anyone would ever have at home. Bell could see a greater future for it, but even he could probably never have imagined what phones are like today.
Passage 4. Speaking with your eyes.
When we think about communicating with other people, we usually think about talking or writing. That is, we think about using words. However, much of the communication that takes place in person happens without words. It happens through nonverbal communication. We send nonverbal messages in many ways, including with our face, our hands, and the way we stand, move, and use the space around us. We get messages from others in the same way. Our eyes play an especially important role. Researchers who study this role use the term eye behavior. It refers to both the things we do with our eyes without realizing it and the things we do on purpose. One area of eye behavior is eye contact. Imagine yourself walking along a busy city sidewalk. What are your eyes doing? Do you focus on anything, or are your eyes moving all the time? What are other people's eyes doing? If you are in a U.S. city, there are probably few people making eye contact. If your eyes meet a stranger's, chances are that he or she will quickly look away. If the stranger does not look away but maintains eye contact, it may be a sign of attraction. Eye contact shows that we are paying attention. It may mean nothing more than we are being polite, or it may mean something else. We often use our eyes to express interest in someone. Because it is natural to look at things we find attractive, keeping our eyes on someone can be like paying the person a compliment. Looking at something attractive actually brings about a change in our eyes. It makes our pupils, those small round black areas in the middle of our eyes, grow larger. Large pupils then make our eyes more attractive. Research has shown that eye contact can also influence whether someone finds another person attractive. In a study at the University of Aberdeen in Scotland, Dr. Claire Conway asked participants to look at photos of faces. There were photos of people smiling and looking directly at the viewer, and there were photos of those same people smiling but looking away. Dr. Conway said faces that were looking directly at the viewer were considered more attractive. This was especially true for faces of the opposite sex. Dr. Conway suggests that something in the human brain makes us prefer the faces of people who make eye contact with us. When they are looking at us, they seem to like us. If they like us, that makes them more attractive to us. Of course, a face in a photo is one thing, and a real person looking at you is something else. How do you feel when someone makes eye contact with you and keeps on looking? Does it make the person seem attractive, or does it make you feel uncomfortable, or even afraid? How we read people's eye behavior depends in part on our culture. In some cultures, making and keeping eye contact is a sign of respect. In others, it has the opposite effect. As we grow up, we learn the rules of our culture for nonverbal communication in general and eye contact in particular. We learn what we are expected to do and what we are allowed to do. But even as an adult, you may find there is still more to learn about the language of the eyes.
Lesson 4, Changes in Life. Passage 1. An International Love Story.
Aruna was in her last year of college near her home in Malaysia. It was the first day of a new course, and she was in class. Suddenly, she says, I had this awful feeling of being watched. She looked across the room and found that someone was staring at her, an exchange student from Europe. He continued looking at her all through the class. He did it the next day, too, and the next. Finally, she told herself, enough, I'm going to talk to him. That will stop him. So she went and sat down next to him. She discovered that his name was Hervé, and he was French. As soon as we started talking, it was magic, and he was perfect. Aruna and Hervé fell in love, but after a few months, he had to return to France. Soon after that, Aruna graduated and faced the biggest decision of her life. Hervé wanted her to come to Paris. Should she go, or should she try to forget him? Aruna remembers, my parents were in total shock, but the best thing was that they never said no. It was always my choice and my responsibility. This is what they always taught me, to make my own decisions. It was hard for Aruna to think of leaving family, friends, and home. Living in France would be a challenge, too. For one thing, she did not speak French. And it was difficult for me, she says, because I wasn't really sure what to expect. When I met Hervé, he was a student and almost like a tourist. He was happy in Malaysia and he felt comfortable there, but that wasn't real life for him. I was about to meet another Hervé whom I didn't know, the Hervé who was no longer a student, but a man with a serious job, and a Frenchman in his own country. Aruna decided to go. I had to take the chance. Although there were many differences between us, we were so much alike. I knew that he was the one for me. For Aruna and Hervé, it was the right decision, and now they are happily married. Marriage is not easy, and it's even harder when two people have to deal with differences in language, religion, and culture. Aruna says, the cultural differences were enormous. I come from an Islamic country, although my family is Christian, and many things in France shocked me. The hardest thing, she says, is to understand the way that French people think. Smaller differences in their everyday life caused problems, too. Aruna laughs. We are like night and day. I eat rice 3 times a day, and I don't wear shoes in the house. Also, I want to take care of my husband, like my mother and her mother before her, but that makes Hervé uncomfortable. Even with all the challenges, after 13 years and 1 child together, they are still very much in love.
Passage 2. Life is full of surprises.
Mahmoud Irani teaches at a small U.S. college. He did not expect to end up in the United States, and he did not expect to teach. He grew up in Iran, and he planned to become a doctor. However, as people say, life is full of surprises. Mahmoud was born in Iran near the city of Tehran. In high school, he was an excellent student, the best in his class, and he was planning on a career in medicine. First, he had to take the National University entrance exam. He needed to do well on the exam to be accepted by a medical school. Out of 50,000 high school students taking the test, only 1,000 would get the chance to study medicine. Mahmoud missed the score he needed by a few points, which his teachers found very surprising. He took the test again, and again he had to deal with bad news. I was disappointed, he remembers, but I said, "That is my fate." Mahmoud had to make a new plan for his future, so he chose to study English. After college in Tehran, he decided to go to the United States for an advanced degree in English. A few months later, he arrived in Buffalo, New York. He entered an English as a Second Language (ESL) program at the State University there. Mahmoud was one of about 500,000 international students who entered the United States to study that year, but he managed to do something that few others could do. In less than 2 years, he went from studying ESL to teaching it at the same school. While on a visit home, Mahmoud had an interview at a university in Tehran. They offered him a teaching job, and he accepted it. Officials at the university made an agreement with him. Mahmoud would return to Buffalo to finish his degree, and they would give him financial support. After he finished, he would come back to teach. So Mahmoud went back to New York feeling great, believing that his future was secure. Things did not turn out as he expected, however. There was a revolution in Iran, which caused great changes in the country. Soon Mahmoud received a letter from his university in Tehran. It said, "We don't need any English teachers." Suddenly his support was gone, and his future was unclear. It was a shock. Mahmoud decided not to give up. He continued studying for his degree, and after much hard work, he reached his goal. Soon he had a good job teaching at St. Michael's College in Vermont. Things have turned out well for Mahmoud. His students at St. Michael's report that he is a great teacher. He is married, and he and his wife, Roya, have 2 children. Roya, who is also from Iran, is a doctor. Mahmoud has always been interested in medicine. "I could go to medical school now," he says, "if I had the patience." he says that he does not plan to make a career change at this stage in his life. However, he adds, "I know that life is full of surprises."
Passage 3. To live as an artist.
In 1981, the artist Vitek Kruta escaped from his country. He left with just one little bag. One little bag with basic things like a toothbrush and underwear, he remembers. He was 19 years old at the time. Vitek's home was in Prague, Czechoslovakia. He loved his country, but he could not stay there because the communist government wanted to put him in jail. The government wanted total control of all art and music, he explains. We had to have art shows in secret. My kind of painting was against the law. The rock music that my band played was against the law. There was no future for me there. So Vitek escaped to Germany. The rest of his family was still in Prague, and after he left, the police made a lot of trouble for his father. In Germany, Vitek first had to learn the language. He spoke Czech and Russian, but not German, so he spent 8 months taking lessons at a language school. Vitek remembers that it was easy for him to understand and read German, but he could not speak it. Then one night, he had a dream. In his dream, he was skiing in the mountains. He met another skier and started talking with him, in German. The following day, he discovered that he could speak much better. Next, Vitek got back to his studies in art. He learned to restore old buildings, such as churches and castles. He spent 10 years doing this kind of work, and then he faced another big change in his life. He got a job offer in the United States. Vitek knew hardly any English, but he did not let that stop him. After all, he had a great deal of experience learning new languages. So he and his wife Lucy decided to make the move. Today, Vitek is a painter, an architect, and much more. He is a man with a lot of energy. He works in his studio, he teaches art classes, and he helps manage an art school. Vitek also likes to get people with different talents and abilities together to do big art projects. Sometimes he has a group work on restoring a building. Sometimes they cover a room with murals, large pictures painted on the walls. Vitek likes to do projects in public places, at schools or in city buildings or in churches, so that anyone can see and enjoy them. He says that projects like these bring art back to the people. Vitek believes that art plays an important role in the world. Art lets people be creative, and the world needs creative people. Vitek explains, if we are not free to be creative, and I'm talking about scientists and mathematicians too, not just artists, then human beings can only copy the past. We cannot move forward.
Passage 4. An amazing woman.
Ruth Simmons was born into a very poor family, but she grew up to become the president of a famous university. How did she do it? Hers is an amazing story. The story begins on a farm in Grapeland, Texas, in 1945, the year that Ruth was born. Her parents were farm workers, and she was the youngest of their 12 children. They could not give their children many things, and Ruth never had any toys to play with. For Christmas, she did not receive any presents at all, except a shoebox with an apple, an orange, and some nuts. However, in Grapeland, Ruth was not really aware of being poor. No one else had much either. Then the family moved into the city, to Houston, where people had more money, and being poor was much harder for Ruth. In school, other children laughed at the way she spoke and dressed. Ruth's mother kept the family together. She had no education, but she was very wise, Ruth remembers. She taught us about the real value of being a human being, what mattered and what didn't matter. Ruth's mother did not have big dreams. She just wanted to see her children grow up. This was not a simple wish. At that time, there was segregation in the United States, and life was dangerous for African Americans, especially in the South. Ruth remembers living in fear. If you looked at someone the wrong way, you could be killed. At age 5, Ruth fell in love with school. She was lucky to have some excellent teachers. No one in Ruth's family had much education, but her teachers encouraged her to go to college. They gave her money and even a coat to wear. Ruth knew that college was going to be difficult, but she was brave enough to give it a try. At first, Ruth studied theater, but what kind of career in theater could a young African American woman hope for? She says, "Remember, I grew up in the South. I couldn't even go to theaters." So she studied languages instead. Later, she married, had 2 children, began a teaching career, and became a college administrator. Soon, people began to notice her and respect her abilities. In 1995, Ruth became president of Smith College, a famous U.S. college for women. Ruth was the first African American to lead such a famous college. Suddenly, her story was on TV and in newspapers all over the country. 6 years later, she accepted another challenge. She became the president of Brown University and was the first woman in that role. Ruth believes in the power of education. She once said, "Learning can be the same for a poor farm kid like me as it is for the richest child in the country. It's all about cultivating one's mind, and anybody can do that. So it doesn't matter what color your skin is. It doesn't matter how much money your father has. It doesn't matter what kind of house you live in. Every learner can experience the same thing." As Ruth Simmons will tell you, education can change your life.
Lesson 5, The Ocean. Passage 1. Dealing with plastic in the sea.
The Pacific Ocean contains more than half the water on the planet. It also holds a lot of trash, much of it plastic. There are plastic bottles, plastic bags, food wrappers, and many other kinds of packaging. Many of them were used only once before becoming trash and ending up in the ocean. Trillions of pieces of plastic are floating in the Pacific, and more go into its waters each year. All this trash is an ugly mess. It's an expensive problem, too. It costs billions of dollars each year to the fishing, shipping, and tourism industries. More than that, it's dangerous. Every year, at least 1 million seabirds and many thousands of other animals die because of plastic pollution. People's health is also affected because the plastic is full of toxic chemicals. Fish eat the plastic, and people eat the fish. Some of the trash ends up on beaches. The United States spends about $500 million a year to clean up its West Coast beaches alone. Around the world, people are working to clean up the beaches in their own countries. Since 1986, hundreds of thousands of volunteers have joined the International Coastal Cleanup. On the day of the 2014 cleanup, volunteers picked up more than 16 million pounds of trash. Other people are trying to figure out how to get the plastic out of the ocean. This is what Boyan Slat is working on. At age 16, he started studying the problem. He soon invented a system for catching plastic floating on or near the surface. At 19, Boyan left his university in the Netherlands to start a foundation, the Ocean Cleanup. He now leads a large team of scientists and engineers. They are developing the technology to clean millions of pounds of plastic from the sea. Their goal is to clean up the largest garbage patch in the Pacific. They expect the job will take years. For his efforts, Boyan received the United Nations' highest environmental award. The UN named him a champion of the Earth. Boyan and his team are in a hurry to get plastic out of the ocean. Right now, most of it is in large pieces. However, sunlight is turning it into microplastics, very tiny pieces. Those are even more dangerous. They're also harder to collect. Boyan does not believe that the system he invented will end the problem of garbage patches in the sea. He asks, how are we now going to make sure no more plastic enters the oceans in the first place? About 8 million tons of plastic go into the sea every year. More and more plastic bags, bottles, and food wrappers. More and more plastic cups, forks, knives, and spoons. What can we do? People fighting the problem say one answer is to change laws. They want to make the producers of plastic take more responsibility for it. They say another way is for people to make small changes in how they live. Some people are trying to make a difference by taking their own bags to the store instead of accepting plastic bags, buying products that can be reused, recycling plastic and buying recycled products, and volunteering to clean up their own part of the planet.
Passage 2. What does the ocean mean to us?
Some people have no trouble explaining how the ocean is important in their lives. They live near it and depend on it for food. It gives them the work that supports their families. For people who live far from the ocean, the ways they are connected to it may not be so clear. However, if you know a few facts about the ocean, it's easy to see how important it is for all life on Earth. Did you know that the ocean covers 72% of the Earth's surface? It helps regulate the climate by holding heat from the sun. It also supplies half of the oxygen in the air we breathe. The oxygen is produced by phytoplankton, tiny ocean plants that live just below the surface. These facts have led people to call the ocean Earth's life support system. Did you know that 8 of the world's 10 largest cities are near the ocean? History explains why this is so. Cities began and grew on the coast, especially at the mouths of rivers, because the ocean was so important for food and transport. Today, almost half the people in the world live near the ocean. While facts like these explain why the ocean matters, they do not answer another question. How does the ocean make us feel? The ocean has a strong effect on people's emotions. It can cause fear of what we cannot see and do not know, of things that live in the ocean, or of big storms like hurricanes and typhoons. It makes sense to be afraid of those. But the ocean can also make us feel calm and relaxed. How does it do that? Why do so many vacationers want to be at the ocean? Why do people pay so much to live where they can see it? What is it that draws us to the ocean? Many of us are drawn to it to have fun. We want to swim in it or go out in boats. Think of all the ways people have invented to play in and on the water. Others just want to be near the ocean. Perhaps it's because of the great open space where we can see miles of open water and sky. Some say the space makes them feel free and full of hope. Others love the ever-changing colors of the sea. Still others are drawn by its sounds. The crash of waves against rocks is exciting, while the gentle sound of small waves on the beach is calming and comforting. Perhaps what draws people to the ocean is even more basic. Did you know that our brains are about 73% water? The answer to the question of what draws us to the sea may lie in the mysteries of the human body. Many of us choose to be near the ocean when we can. We love seeing the ocean, hearing it, smelling it, playing in it, walking or sitting by it. We may not know why we feel the way we do about it. However, we do know how every person on Earth is connected to the ocean and how important that relationship is.
Passage 3. The Crab.
Introduction. Someone with an interest in sea creatures could easily spend their entire life studying crabs. The crab is one of the oldest living types of animals, and there are about 4,500 kinds of them. Among all these crabs, there are many differences, but there are certain things that all crabs have in common. Ways that all crabs are alike. All crabs are invertebrates. That means they have no backbone. Did you know that invertebrates make up about 95% of all known animals? All crabs have a hard shell called an exoskeleton. They have 10 legs, with 5 on each side, and they have an unusual way of walking. Crabs can go forward or back, but usually move sideways. The first or front pair of a crab's legs are its claws. Some differences among crabs. Not all crabs are sea creatures. Some types of crabs do live underwater, but others live on land, and some can live in either environment. Some manage to survive in the hot water near underwater volcanoes, while others live under the ice in Antarctica. Crabs are often the same color as their environment. The most common colors are gray, brown, and white. However, some crabs are beautiful reds, blues, and purples. Some crabs are herbivores, plant eaters. Others are carnivores, meat eaters. And others are omnivores, plant and meat eaters. Did you know? Christmas Island red crabs must put their eggs into the ocean so that the baby crabs can hatch, come out of the egg. The adult crabs cannot swim or breathe underwater. That makes it a dangerous business to be a mother. The largest crab in the world, the Japanese spider crab, can be up to 4 meters across, about 13 feet. The smallest is the pea crab. It's about the size of, can you guess? The largest land crab is the robber crab, or coconut crab. It can climb trees to pick coconuts. Its claws are strong and sharp enough that it can open the coconuts too. The Japanese blue crab is the kind of crab most often eaten. An especially helpful crab. The tiny trapeziid crab, only 1 centimeter long, or 1/3 of an inch, helps keep coral reefs alive. It cleans dirt from the reefs, letting the coral get the sunlight it needs to live. Today, much of the coral in the ocean is dying, so we should be glad for any help it can get. The last word on crabs. If someone calls you crabby, they are not paying you a compliment. A person who is crabby seems unhappy and often complains. They might always be like that, or they might get that way only at certain times. Some of us get crabby when we are tired or hungry, or have too much work to do. It may not be fair to the poor crab to use its name this way, but English speakers have been doing it since the 1700s and will probably go on doing it. So the crab will just have to put up with it.
Passage 4. Underwater Wonderland.
The Great Barrier Reef off the coast of Australia draws people from all over the world. It's a beautiful place to swim, go boating, and relax on the beach. However, what is most special about the Great Barrier Reef is what you can see underwater. The Great Barrier Reef is 1,400 miles long, over 2,200 kilometers. It's made up of almost 1,000 islands and nearly 3,000 coral reefs, making it the world's largest coral reef system. It's the only living thing on the planet that can be seen from space. The reefs were built over thousands of years by billions of tiny sea creatures called coral polyps. It may be difficult to think of coral polyps as animals. They do not swim or move themselves across the ocean floor. They do not have eyes, ears, a heart, or a brain. A coral polyp is basically a tiny soft body with a mouth and a stomach. It also has tentacles that help it protect itself and catch food. Some coral polyps live alone, but most live in groups called colonies. Each differently shaped part of a reef is its own colony. A colony has a single species or type of coral. In the Great Barrier Reef, there are about 400 species of coral in all. Most of the 400 are hard coral species, the type that builds reefs. They produce calcium carbonate, the same thing shells are made of, at the base of their bodies. They use it to attach themselves to a rock or the sea floor. Then it becomes hard, like a shell. Reefs are built over time as coral produce more and more calcium carbonate. Reefs then attract many other types of sea creatures and plants. Exactly how many, no one can say. Counting just the fish, the Great Barrier Reef is home to more than 1,500 species. In 1975, the Australian government established the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. The point was to protect the reefs. However, these reefs, like coral reefs everywhere, are in danger. A great deal of the coral has already died. Researchers studying the situation found that between 1985 and 2012, the Great Barrier Reef had lost half its coral cover. Violent storms called cyclones destroyed many of the reefs. The researchers say storms caused about half the damage to the coral. Climate change could cause storms like these to hit more often. If they do, the coral cover won't have enough time between storms to grow back. The second largest problem was a growing number of crown-of-thorns starfish. They eat coral polyps. Between 1985 and 2012, they ate them faster than the coral cover could grow back. Coral everywhere face the problem of higher ocean temperatures caused by climate change. Some coral species cannot deal with the warmer waters. Then there is ocean pollution. No species deals well with that. In the past few years, many countries have established new marine protected areas, MPAs. That's great news. These are parts of the ocean that are like national parks on land. In an MPA, human activities, especially commercial fishing, are controlled to protect the plants and animals. More MPAs are needed. Right now, only 1% of the ocean is protected in this way. However, even in MPAs, as in the Great Barrier Reef, nature is not safe from pollution or climate change.
Part B, Intermediate Level. Lesson 6, Health. Passage 1. Living over 100 years old.
Would you like to live to 100? Many people would. Some have dreamed of living even longer, perhaps forever. We know this has long been a popular idea because for hundreds of years, many cultures have had legends about ways to avoid growing old. In Europe in the 1400s, people heard one such legend about a wonderful spring somewhere in Eastern Asia. Drinking the water from this spring was supposed to make a person young again. It's likely that this story reached the Spanish explorer Juan Ponce de León, and it may have been on his mind when he traveled to the Americas in the 1490s. After arriving in Puerto Rico, Ponce de León heard about an island with a similar spring, and he decided to go look for it. He invested in 3 ships, and in 1513 he went searching for the island. However, he ended up in Florida, never finding the island or the spring, which people now call the Fountain of Youth. When Ponce de Leon died 8 years later, he was 61, which may not seem very old, but living to 61 was actually a very long life for a man of his times and his lifestyle. It used to be generally agreed that the human body could not possibly last more than 120 years. No scientist today believes 120 to be the limit because people have already lived beyond that age. A woman in France, Jean-Louise Calment, made it to 122 years and 164 days. Today, people in many parts of the world are living longer lives than their ancestors did, partly because of better public health services and safer drinking water. Greater understanding of how to treat heart problems has made a big difference in life expectancy as well. Scientists are learning more all the time about how we can live longer, healthier lives, and maybe someday they'll even learn how to stop the aging process completely. While you're waiting for that day to come, there are things you can do to increase your life expectancy. Do you think you can follow these 3 rules? Rule number 1. Treat your body well. Your everyday lifestyle influences how long you will live. For example, smoking can take years off your life, and even if it doesn't make you sick, it will affect your skin and make you look older. So don't smoke, get enough sleep, lead an active life, and be sure to eat right. In other words, eat foods that are good for you and don't eat too much. Rule number 2. Don't take risks. Forget about motorcycles and wear your seatbelt when you travel by car. Also, try to choose a nice, safe way to make a living. If you can avoid it, don't do a dangerous job, like going to sea and working on a fishing boat. Rule number 3. Choose your parents carefully. Perhaps you're asking, how can anybody follow this one? Well, that's a good question. However, about 70% of your life expectancy depends on your genes, and you get your genes from your parents. Genes control not only your hair and eye color, but much, much more. If people in your family usually live long lives, then chances are good that you will too. It also helps to be born in Australia or Japan, and it helps to be born female. The average Australian or Japanese man can expect to see age 80, while his sister can expect to reach 85. Japan is home to more than 61,000 people who have made it to 100, and more than 87% of them are women.
Passage 2. Placebo effect.
Harry S. wanted to quit smoking. So, when he saw an ad for a study on ways to break the habit, he called and offered to be part of it. The research was being done at a local university where Harry and the other volunteers, all people who wanted to quit smoking, were divided into 3 groups. The volunteers in Group A received nicotine gum. That's chewing gum with nicotine, the drug and tobacco that gives smokers the good feeling they get from smoking. When these smokers felt the need for a cigarette, they could chew a piece of this gum instead, and it would give them the nicotine their bodies were used to. The volunteers in Group B, including Harry, got some gum too. Theirs was just plain chewing gum, but they didn't know it had no nicotine. The people in Group C got nothing. A group like this in a study is called the control group. After a 4-hour period with no cigarettes, Harry and the other volunteers had to write answers to a series of questions. Their answers showed how badly they wanted a cigarette. Not surprisingly, the smokers in Group C, the control group, which got no gum, showed the strongest cravings. The smokers in the other two groups didn't feel such a strong need to smoke. What surprised the researchers was that the results for groups A and B were exactly the same. That meant that the plain chewing gum worked just as well as the gum with the nicotine. Why? The researchers thought it was most likely the placebo effect. A placebo is something that seems like a medical treatment, such as a pill or a medical procedure, but that doesn't actually have any direct effect on the body. Sometimes a patient has a good response to a placebo, and when that happens, it's called the placebo effect. The placebo effect was long believed to result simply from a patient expecting to feel better. In 1757, Benjamin Franklin, the American scientist and inventor, described it as the spirits given by the hope of success. People thought placebos tricked patients into thinking they were better when they really weren't, and doctors who didn't believe in tricking patients saw no role for placebos as a form of treatment. However, recent research has proven that placebos can have indirect effects on the body. They can cause changes in brain chemistry, the same kinds of changes produced by drugs. For example, when patients in pain believe that they're getting treatment that will help control their pain, their brains produce natural painkillers. Those painkillers then help block the pain. This means that the placebo effect isn't a mistaken idea in the patient's mind. It's an actual event in the patient's brain. As a result of this new understanding of how placebos affect us, they may come to have a useful role in treating pain and other problems by making use of the brain's own neurotransmitters. We still can't be sure why the smokers in Harry's group felt fewer cravings than expected. Maybe just the idea of getting treatment, nicotine in this case, produced changes in their brain chemistry. But maybe the people working with the volunteers had something to do with it too. A study at Harvard University showed that when people on the medical staff were especially kind and helpful, patients had a better response to a placebo. There could be other explanations too. Maybe the sugar in the chewing gum helped the smokers in Group B feel better. One thing we do know about the placebo effect is that further research is needed.
Passage 3. Tears.
Tears are good for our eyes. In fact, without them, our eyes would be so dry they wouldn't be able to move. Some people say tears help us in other ways too. Maybe you know someone who likes to watch sad movies in order to have a good cry. While it hasn't been proven, tears may be good not only for our eyes, but for our emotional health as well. We generally notice tears only when we cry, but we have them in our eyes all the time, and we need to. Without this liquid covering them, our eyes would be at risk of infection. We also need tears in order to see. The cornea of the eye does not have a perfectly smooth surface, and tears fill in the holes in the cornea, making it smooth so that we can see clearly. Without tears, the world would look very strange to us. These are the two basic jobs that tears do for us. They help us see the world while at the same time protecting our eyes from it. There are three types of tears, called basal, reflex, and emotional, or psychic tears, and these three types differ not only in purpose, but also in composition. Basal tears are the ones that we produce all the time. On average, our eyes produce these tears at the rate of 5 to 10 ounces a day. When we blink, we spread basal tears across the surface of our eyes. If we do not blink often enough, like some people who spend long hours in front of a computer, our eyes get dry. Have you ever cut up an onion and felt tears come to your eyes? Tears of that type are called reflex tears. They're the ones that fill our eyes when a cold wind blows. These tears also protect our eyes, washing away dust and other materials that get into them. Emotional or psychic tears flow when we feel certain emotions. When we cry tears of sadness, disappointment, or happiness, we are crying emotional tears. Emotional tears are the tears we think of most when we use the word cry. Tom Lutz, the author of Crying, The Natural and Cultural History of Tears, writes, "Throughout history and in every culture, everyone, everywhere cries at some time. Even men and women who say they never cry can usually remember crying as children. Most of us probably think it's normal for men or women to cry at certain times. For example, it's no surprise when someone cries during a sad movie, and we often expect people to cry when a family member dies. At times such as these, we may even tell them, 'Go ahead and cry.' However, we don't always take this view of tears, and sometimes adults who cry, or even children who do, lose the respect of others. What would you think, for example, of an adult who cried over losing a card game? Most people are aware of the social rules about when, where, and why it is and isn't acceptable to cry. These rules generally differ for children and adults, and often for men and women. They depend on things such as family, culture, and religion, and they change over time. Some people think it's not just acceptable to cry, but actually healthy to let the tears flow. Over 2,500 years ago, doctors in Greece thought that tears came from the brain and that everyone needed to let them out. Today, many people still believe in getting tears out. They say that through crying, we get rid of emotions we have stored up, which is good for our mental health. Some people report that they feel better after crying. This could be because of the chemicals in emotional tears, one of which is a type of endorphin, a painkiller that the body produces naturally. Emotional tears increase the amount of endorphin that gets to the brain because tears flow from the eye into the nose and pass to the brain that way. This painkiller may make a person less aware of sad or angry feelings, and that could explain why someone feels better after a good cry.
Passage 4. The Power of Touch.
Most people today know that babies need to be held. It's through the loving touch of the people who take care of them that babies learn to feel safe in the world. Touch is the first language they understand, and they depend on it for their physical, mental, and emotional development. What most people don't know is how touch is a key to good health for adults, too. A baby's need for touch was not always as well understood as it is today. Back in 1928, a leading psychologist, John B. Watson, wrote that parents should avoid touching their children. Never hug and kiss them. Never let them sit on your lap. If you must, kiss them once on the forehead when they say goodnight. Shake hands with them in the morning. Give them a pat on the head if they have made an extraordinarily good job on a difficult task. Watson's goal was for parents to raise their children to become confident and independent adults. We now know that to reach that goal, he should have given the opposite advice. In the 1980s, researchers in the United States started to study the effects of touch on newborn babies. In one study, a group of babies born prematurely received 3 15-minute massages in a week. To give a massage, someone gently pressed on the baby's body in a way that helped the baby to relax. A second group of babies received only the usual medical care for premature babies, which generally included very little touching. The researchers then recorded the baby's weight gains, an important sign of good health in newborns. They found that the babies who had received the massages gained 47% more weight than the control group. Over time, similar results in other studies resulted in major changes in how newborns are cared for in U.S. hospitals. Tiffany Field, one of the researchers who worked on that particular study, later had a baby born prematurely. This life-changing experience and a growing understanding of the benefits of touch led Dr. Field's career in a new direction. In 1992, she founded the Touch Research Institute, the TRI, at the University of Miami School of Medicine, where researchers have done over 100 studies on ways that touch affects health. In further studies on massage, TRI researchers have seen it reduce pain and improve the health of people with serious medical conditions, such as cancer. Massage is not the only kind of touch that's good for people. Studies have shown that when doctors give patients a friendly pat on the back, the patients do better. Hugs from family and friends have health benefits too. In a study at Carnegie Mellon University, every day for 2 weeks, researchers asked 400 adult volunteers a set of questions. They asked about the time the volunteers spent with other people and the number of hugs they got. Then, all 400 were exposed to the virus that causes the common cold, after which most of them, 78%, caught a cold. However, the people who had received more hugs were less likely to get sick. When they did get sick, their colds were not as bad. Researchers believe that many of the good effects of touch result from the way it can reduce stress. In response to a welcome touch, the human brain experiences an increase in oxytocin, a hormone tied to feelings of love and trust, and a drop in cortisol, a stress hormone. Everyone is different in how they feel about hugs, massage, pats on the back, and similar kinds of touch. How comfortable you are with these kinds of touch depends in part on your culture. Consider some research done by psychologist Sidney Girard in the 1960s. He traveled to various countries and studied the conversations of pairs of friends as they sat together in a cafe. In each place, he watched people for the same amount of time. In England, he saw that friends never touched each other. In the United States, friends touched an average of twice an hour. In France, the picture was very different. Friends touched almost every 30 seconds for an average of 110 times an hour. In Puerto Rico, the number of touches per hour hit 180. In his research, Girard was looking at the role of touch in people's social lives. We now know from further research that touch has a role in people's health too, and that it can make a difference for people of all ages.
Lesson 7, Business. Passage 1. Young entrepreneurs.
The world has always had entrepreneurs, people who come up with an idea and turn it into a business. Today, however, these people seem to be everywhere. They also seem to be getting younger and younger. Some very well-known businesses, such as Facebook and Microsoft, were started by college students, and other businesses have been started by students who were even younger. At age 9, Ashley Qualls learned how to set up a website. At 14, she created a website where girls could get free help to set up websites for themselves. Before long, her site was getting more than 100,000 page views a day. Then Ashley got a call from a business that wanted to put ads on her site and would pay her to do that. She agreed, and from those ads, she earned enough while still in high school to buy her family a house. Cameron Johnson was also 9 when he started his first business. He began with printing party invitations for his parents' friends. By the time he graduated from high school, he had started 3 more businesses and made his first $1,000,000. What drives young entrepreneurs like these? Ashley Qualls would say that she was just having fun. She might call herself an accidental CEO, someone who ends up at the head of a company without really planning on it. Pierre Omidyar might say the same thing. He created the world-famous eBay, but he says he did not mean to start a business. He was just trying to look good for his girlfriend. Cameron Johnson, on the other hand, knew exactly what he wanted. He grew up reading books about famous businessmen, and he dreamed of making millions. Other young entrepreneurs, like Costanza Ontaneda, dream of making the world a better place. At age 18, while visiting Peru, she met some people who were highly skilled at making clothes but could not make a living at it. Instead, they supported themselves washing dishes or cleaning rooms. Constanza came up with a plan. She would hire them at a fair wage to make clothes that she would design, and she would sell the clothes in the United States. After she opened her store, the Peruvians started earning more in a few weeks at work they enjoyed than they used to make in a year. Young people who start their own businesses may face problems that older people do not. Matt Spain is one example. He started a computer service company at age 15. That was old enough for him to be good at fixing computers, but not old enough for him to drive. So his clients had to pick him up at his house and take him to their offices. Young CEOs may also face a question that older ones do not. Should they hire their parents? Ashley Qualls hired her mother, and Daniel Nagari did too. He started working in real estate at age 18, and at 22, he had 14 people working for him. He got his mother to leave her high-paying job to work for him by showing her that with his company, she would earn even more. He was happy to hire someone he knew so well and trusted completely. Young or old, most entrepreneurs are alike in some ways. For example, they're willing to take risks, and they believe they'll succeed. If you would like to know more about starting your own business, you can pick up a book about it. Cameron Johnson wrote his first at age 15.
Passage 2. International Language of Business.
Felice Yilmaz works for a company in Istanbul and usually speaks Turkish at work. When she travels to England on business, she deals with people there in English. But when she goes to Germany or Brazil, she doesn't use German or Portuguese. Again, she uses English. I use English in Japan and Thailand, too, she says. It's the language of international business. How did English get to be so widely used? It's not the oldest living language or the most beautiful to the ear. It has sounds that are hard to pronounce and words that are hard to spell. So why has this particular language spread so far? Some people would answer by pointing to the influence of movies and music. However, films made in English often appear dubbed into other languages, and many people enjoy songs in English without understanding the words. So, the question remains. Part of the answer can be found in the nature of the language. English has certain qualities that make it especially useful. For one thing, its grammar is quite simple, making it easier to learn. For example, learners of English don't have to worry about whether a noun is masculine, feminine, or neuter, while learners of many other languages do. In German, for example, der Mond, the word for the moon, is masculine, but die Sonne, the sun, is feminine. Anyone would expect the words for girl and woman, das Mädchen and das Weib, to be feminine, but they are neuter. English also has a huge vocabulary. Early English developed from Germanic languages, which gave it its most common words, such as the, is, of, go, you, man, and woman. English has always taken words from other European languages too, including Latin, attract, design, and invent, and Greek, alphabet, mathematics, and theater. After 1066, when invaders from France came to power in England, English gained many French words, such as officer, crime, and service. Since that time, English has welcomed words from many other languages: Spanish, Arabic, Turkish, Urdu, Chinese, and Japanese, to name just a few. To understand the spread of English, we also have to look at political and economic history. During the 1600s and 1700s, people from England traveled all over the world, taking their language to North America, Africa, India, and Australia. New nations were born, and their governments used English. Then, in the 1800s, England led the Industrial Revolution, and London became the world's great financial center. That made English the language of money. In the 1900s, it also became the language of science and air travel. Then came the Internet. As Felice Yilmaz remembers it, people at my company realized that the Internet could be quite useful to us. But at first, everything online was in English. It gave us another reason to know this language. Soon, business people in many countries were going online and using English more and more. Today, there are business schools teaching all their courses in English, even in countries where English is a foreign language. These schools want their students to be ready to do business in international markets. Companies around the world are investing in English classes for their employees. They believe English will be the language of the future. Today, there are about 400 million native speakers of English. While many more people speak Mandarin Chinese, about 900 million, few of them are outside China. People who speak English, on the other hand, live and work all over the world. There are more than 1.5 billion people who speak it as a second, third, or fourth language. Yilmaz says, "With so many people using English, I can't imagine any other language taking its place. I think English for business is here to stay."
Passage 3. Worker-owned businesses.
King Arthur Flour is the oldest flour company in the United States. Its flour is of very high quality. Just ask the people who use it. All across North America, people who care about making fine bread buy King Arthur Flour, and the company even has customers in Switzerland, Japan, China, and Saudi Arabia. King Arthur Flour began in 1790 as the Sands, Taylor, and Wood Company, and members of the Sands family have stayed with the company all these years. Frank Sands was the fifth member of the Sands family to lead the company. He started working there in 1963 when his father was in charge of the business, and eventually Frank's wife Brinna joined him there. When Frank and Brinna decided to retire, none of their children wanted to take control of the family business, which meant that the future of King Arthur Flour was uncertain. Then one evening, Brinna asked Frank, "Who besides our kids is most like family?" The answer was clear: the people who worked at the company. Frank and Brenna trusted them to continue the family tradition, so they began to let the employees take charge of the business. Today, the 160 employees of King Arthur own and run the company. Worker-owned businesses don't all start the same way. In some cases, workers at a successful company find a way to buy the business. In other cases, a company fails, but the employees react by working as a team to start it up again. Often, a group of people decide to set up a new business together. What makes them want to do this? Some want to be part of the decision-making at their workplace. Others want a chance to share in a company's profits. There are various types of worker-owned businesses. Some of them make a product, like flour, and others provide a service, such as healthcare or cleaning offices. There are also various ways to organize these businesses. However, most worker-owned businesses share certain important ideas. One idea is that all the workers, not just the people in charge, should have the chance to be owners. A second is that all financial information about the company should be shared openly with the workers. A third is that the workers should have the right to vote on business decisions. Then they have real control. The worker owners at King Arthur believe in these ideas. They are proud to call King Arthur an employee-owned, open-book, team-managed company. Here are the stories of how 2 more such companies began. 8 employees at a photocopy shop in Massachusetts, USA, were unhappy with their jobs. Working conditions were terrible and the pay was low, says one of the 8. Plus, we had no job security. The manager could get rid of any one of us at any time for any reason. We ran the shop for the owners, and we started to ask, why can't we do it for ourselves? So they went into business together and started Collective Copies. 33 years later, they have 2 shops. One afternoon a month, they close their doors to meet and make business decisions. In Como, Puerto Rico, there weren't many jobs for young people. Miriam Rodriguez, who lived in Como, wanted to do something about it. She organized a committee to work on the problem, and the result of their efforts was a furniture business, Las Flores Metalarte. The business now has more than 150 worker owners producing tables, chairs, kitchen cabinets, and so on. The success of the company has led to other new businesses in the town, including a sandwich shop and a child care center. Worker-owned businesses are not unique to the United States, and their effects are not limited to the worker owners themselves. According to a study in Italy, worker-owned businesses are good for their communities. They lead to a higher quality of life. The researchers who did the study looked at things like healthcare, education, and social activities in many Italian towns. They also considered problems in the towns, such as crime. They found that towns with more worker-owned businesses were better places to live in almost every way.
Passage 4. Word-of-mouth advertising.
Whether you want to or not, you probably see and hear ads every day. Ads are all around us and have been for a very long time. They have even been found painted on walls in the ruins of Pompeii and ancient Egypt. Advertising has come a long way since then, but it's still all about getting people's attention. Back when few people could read, ads usually took the form of pictures. A sign for a shoemaker might have a picture of a boot, and a sign for a baker might show a loaf of bread. Street collars were a common form of advertising too. They were hired to announce in a loud voice what was for sale, where to find it, and how good it was. As in, get your fresh fish right here, right now, the best in town. In developing countries, some businesses still use street colors, and this form of advertising probably doesn't cost them very much. In other parts of the world, advertising has become much more sophisticated, and it costs a great deal. If you add up all the money spent on advertising around the world, it comes to the equivalent of hundreds of billions of US dollars a year. Business owners will consider it money well spent as long as enough consumers pay attention and buy the product or use the service. But much of the time, consumers do not pay attention. When an ad comes on the TV or radio, they change the station. They turn the pages of magazines without really seeing the ads. If an ad appears on their computer screen, they get rid of it or just look away. Dave Balter worked in advertising, and he knew that most people don't like ads. They avoid watching them, reading them, or listening to them. He also knew that people do pay attention when they hear about goods and services from people they know. So he said to himself, if no one pays attention to advertising, but they do pay attention to the opinions of their friends and family, let's focus our attention there. Let's figure out a better way. What Balter came up with was a website where consumers could sign up to receive free products. In return, they promised that if they liked the products, they would tell their friends. In most cases, the volunteers also got coupons to give to their friends. All Balter asked was that they report back on 2 questions. What did you think of the product, and who did you talk to about it? Balter then reported back to his clients, the companies who had hired him. After 4 years, Balter had 65,000 volunteers trying products and telling people about the ones they liked. Then a reporter heard about Balter's idea and wrote a story on it for a major magazine. Free advertising. Within a year after that story appeared, Balter had 130,000 volunteers. Today, the company he started has over 1 million people spreading the word about a wide variety of products. They are doing word-of-mouth advertising, perhaps the best kind of advertising there is. There may be a risk to advertising by word of mouth, however, according to George Silverman, author of The Secrets of Word-of-Mouth Marketing. What's the danger? Studies have shown that a customer who likes a product or service will tell an average of 3 people about it. But when a customer doesn't like one, on average, they'll tell 11. This means that while good word of mouth can help, bad word of mouth can really hurt.
Lesson 8, The Environment. Passage 1. Pollution from 2-stroke engines.
Mary Jane Ortega, the mayor of San Fernando City in the Philippines, knew that her city was choking. The cause? Air pollution, especially pollution from 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles like scooters, motorcycles, and tuk-tuks. The World Health Organization estimates that air pollution kills 2 million people a year. While big vehicles often get the blame for it, much of the blame in Asia really belongs to the little guys. Small vehicles with 2-stroke engines put out huge amounts of dangerous gases and oily black smoke. Cars with their bigger 4-stroke engines are actually cleaner and do less harm to the environment. In fact, one 2-stroke engine vehicle can produce as much pollution as 50 cars. Mayor Ortega thought that the solution was to get rid of the 2-strokes. She offered interest-free loans to help people pay for new vehicles with 4-stroke engines. Within 3 years, there were 400 of them on the streets of San Fernando. But there were still more than 800 of the two-strokes. Even with a loan, the change to a four-stroke was just too expensive for many people. Two-stroke engines are lighter and simpler, so they are less expensive to buy and maintain. Another problem was that the people who did change to a four-stroke were selling their old two-stroke to someone else in the city. The loans had led to no decrease in either the number of two-strokes or the amount of pollution. San Fernando needed another solution, and it had to be cheap. Meanwhile, in Colorado, USA, a team of college students were trying to win a competition. They were developing a clean two-stroke engine snowmobile for use in Yellowstone National Park. The team built a winning snowmobile that led to the startup of a nonprofit business, EnviroFit. Using technology developed for the snowmobile, EnviroFit came up with a way to retrofit two-stroke engines. Retrofit means to improve a machine by putting new and better parts in it, after it is already made. The company designed a retrofit kit, a set of parts and tools for people to use on their own two-stroke engines. Using the kit could both reduce the pollutants in the exhaust and help the engine make better use of fuel. The company sent kits to the Philippines to be tested by 13 taxi drivers. Each driver had a 3-wheeled motorbike with a sidecar for passengers. After 8 months, the results were great. Using the kits had cut both pollution by more than 70% and the waste of gas and oil. Saving money on fuel turned the taxi drivers into believers. They found that using the kit could mean increasing their income by as much as a third. Right away, they started to spread the word among other drivers. Rolando Santiago, president of a taxi drivers organization, was one of the first drivers to retrofit his engine. He says, "After 6 months of using the kit, my extra income helped me save for a matching house grant. I rebuilt my home and my neighbor's home, which provided better housing for 6 families." Santiago's story gives one example of how better air can lead to a lot of other better things. Few two-stroke engine vehicles are in use in the United States. However, the United States has good reason to care about the harm these vehicles do. Pollution pays no attention to borders between countries or continents. For that reason, the U.S. government has spent thousands of dollars on kits for cities in India and other parts of Asia that have major air pollution problems. Pollution in India or the Philippines is not just their national problem, and pollution in Asia is not just Asia's problem.
Passage 2. A renewable resource.
Trees can be very beautiful, but they do much more than just look nice and give us shade for picnics. In fact, trees are so valuable that it's hard to see how we could exist without them. First, trees supply us with oxygen. When we breathe in air, our bodies use the oxygen from it, and then we breathe out carbon dioxide. Trees do the opposite. They take in carbon dioxide and put oxygen into the air, making them wonderful partners for us. They use the carbon to produce wood and leaves. Keeping that carbon out of the air is a good thing because carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. Greenhouse gases keep heat from escaping into space and may cause Earth to get too hot. Second, trees help clean up the environment. For example, they take pollutants out of the air, both dangerous gases like carbon monoxide and dust we don't want to breathe in. According to the International Society of Arboriculture, ISA, in 1 year the average tree takes 4 to 5 kilograms of pollution from the air. Trees clean the soil as well. Sometimes they pull pollutants out of the soil and store them, and sometimes they actually change pollutants so that they do less harm. Trees can also help with urban noise pollution, blocking noise that comes from city traffic, airports, and so on. The list of benefits from trees goes on, but let's return to our first one, the effect of trees on our oxygen supply. ISA estimates that 1 acre of forest puts out 4 tons of oxygen a year. That, they say, is enough to meet the needs of 18 people. So if 1 acre of forest is enough for 18 of us, how many acres does it take to meet the oxygen needs of the whole world? And is the number of trees keeping up with the population as it grows each year? Ecology professor Nalini Nadkarni wondered about this, so she looked into how many trees there are in the world. She knew that scientists had estimated the number of trees by looking at photos of Earth taken by satellites. As of 2005, that estimate was about 400 billion trees. Nadkarni then wondered how many trees that meant per person. To get an answer, she divided the number of trees by the world's population at that time, and she found that there were 61 trees per person. Was that good news or bad? Nadkarni started thinking about how many trees she herself would consume in her lifetime. One of her students reported that each year the average American uses the amount of wood in a 100-foot tall tree that is 18 inches in diameter. Nadkarni thought about all the things she uses that are made from wood or from other tree-based products such as rubber, like newspapers, magazines, movie tickets, birthday cards, pencils, ink, rubber boots, furniture, wooden chopsticks. Chopsticks? Nadkarni herself probably does not use a great number of those. However, she learned that every year the Japanese throw away over 20 billion pairs of them. These chopsticks, called warabashi, little quick ones, are made of wood that comes from Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, the United States, and Canada. The Chinese throw away even more of them, 450 billion pair a year. That equals about 25 million trees every year. Nadkarni does not tell this story to make chopstick users or anyone else feel bad. She says, I don't want people to feel guilty about their relationships with trees and say, oh, I can never touch another tree-created product again. She does want people to feel grateful that trees are such a wonderful resource, and to understand that trees are a renewable resource. We can plant more. In 2007, a 9-year-old boy in Germany decided to do that. Felix Finkbeiner wanted to follow the example of Wangari Maathai of Kenya. She was responsible for getting 30 million trees planted in Africa over 30 years. So he started Plant for the Planet. Since then, children around the world have gotten involved with this organization and planted billions of trees. According to a study completed in 2015, people are planting about 5 billion trees a year. The same study also provided a more accurate tree count. We actually have more than 3 trillion trees on Earth, more than 7 times as many as the earlier estimate. Both facts are very encouraging, aren't they? However, the same study provided some troubling facts. There used to be twice as many trees on Earth as we have now, and each year 15 billion are being cut down. At that rate, in 300 years, there won't be any trees left.
Passage 3. The environmental benefits of eating insects.
Do you find it hard to imagine eating an insect? Perhaps you are saying to yourself, "Never in a million years would I eat bugs." Or perhaps you are one of the many people who like to snack on chocolate-covered grasshoppers. Human beings have eaten insects for thousands of years, and not just when they were forced to. The Romans ate them, and many modern cultures also consider them food. According to the United Nations, UN, people today eat over 1,400 species of insects. They eat them in 29 countries in Asia, 36 countries in Africa, and 23 in the Americas. No doubt some of these people eat insects because they will go hungry unless they do, but many of them eat insects because they like the taste. Now there is another good reason to eat insects: to help the environment. David Gracer eats insects, and he thinks you should too. He has set out to educate people in the United States about eating them, especially in place of beef, chicken, and pork. He says the major reason to eat less of those foods is that current methods of raising livestock, animals such as cows, chickens, and pigs, use 30% of all the land on Earth and have a terrible effect on the environment. According to Gracer, a 2006 UN report made clear just how bad the situation is. Raising livestock is causing much of our water pollution, destroying large areas of land, and adding to global warming. This is true for both huge factory farms and places where farmers can afford only a few animals. According to the report, raising cattle produces more greenhouse gases than cars and all other forms of transportation. Raising insects, on the other hand, would cause far fewer environmental problems. At present, most edible insects are not raised, but rather harvested. That is, people go out into the forest to find them. All anyone needs to do is collect them and cook them. However, increased demand has led some farmers to start raising them, as in Thailand, where many types of insects are popular snacks. David Gracer also points out some of the benefits that insects offer as food. For example, if you are trying to lose weight, you might like to know that grasshoppers contain only 1/3 the fat found in beef. Insects are also a good source of protein. Dried insects often have twice the protein of fresh fish. In terms of protein, insects again compare well with beef. For every pound of grain that insects eat, they create far more protein than cattle do. Cattle have to eat several pounds of grain to produce just 1 pound of beef. In other words, cattle are not adding to the world's food supply, they are subtracting from it. Cattle also require huge amounts of another valuable resource: water. It takes 1,847 gallons of water to produce a pound of beef. That will get you only 3 or 4 hamburgers. The idea of insects as food has the support of experts such as Robert Koch, who teaches bioresource engineering at McGill University in Montreal. Professor Koch sees insects as a great source of protein. He has long spoken in favor of farming them, although he's not sure many Canadians are open to the idea. Nutrition professor Marion Nestle of New York University would agree with him about the benefits of insects as food. However, she also thinks that before most North Americans would eat them, they would have to be very, very hungry. For now, David Gracer will continue to speak out at schools and on TV and radio on why people should eat insects. He realizes change will come slowly, if at all, but he hopes one day to import and sell edible insects like the Mexican grasshoppers called chapulines. He won't try to make a living at it, however. He says, "If I did this for a living, my family and I would be eating bugs all the time."
Passage 4. How do people depend on bees?
Have you ever watched a bee at work on a flower? It wastes no time as it packs pollen onto its back legs to carry off to the hive. On their travels, bees carry pollen from flower to flower, pollinating the plants, a process which allows the plants to produce fruit. The bee and the plant are partners in this process, each essential to the other and to us. 1/3 of the food we eat comes from plants that need animals to pollinate them. Birds do some of this work, but insects do most of it, and most of those insects are bees. In the United States, bees pollinate 75% of all the fruits, vegetables, and nuts that growers produce. Without the services of bees, we would have no tomatoes, soybeans, apples, or pears, to name just a few bee-pollinated plants. If anything happened to the world's bee populations, that would be bad news for anyone who eats fruits or vegetables anywhere. If that includes you, then you need to know that bees today in North America, Europe, and Asia are facing many threats. Jeff Anderson knows a great deal about those threats. He has been a beekeeper for 30 years, ever since he married a beekeeper's daughter and went into the family business. Each year he travels the United States with his honeybees, spending the spring among California fruit trees and summers in the fields of Minnesota. He's continuing a long tradition of beekeepers who move their hives with the seasons so their bees can hunt for new sources of pollen. In ancient Egypt, beekeepers would transport their bees down the Nile River to find flowering crops. In North America, beekeepers over the years have traveled by covered wagon, riverboat, and train. Transporting hives long distances became much easier with the development of major highways in the 1940s. Around that same time, another change occurred. Traveling beekeepers in North America were used to paying farmers to let them place hives on their land. However, wild bees started disappearing, until finally there were no longer enough wild bees left to pollinate the farmers' crops. That meant the farmers had to call on the beekeepers' bees to do the job instead. Then the farmers started paying the beekeepers. The wild bees were disappearing because of changes in land use and methods of farming. As more and more land was developed for housing, there were fewer and fewer flowering plants to feed wild bees. Agriculture was changing too, with the introduction of new pesticides. Wild bees were carrying pollen with pesticides home to their hives and killing off entire populations. North America is home to at least 4,500 different kinds of bees. The bees that Jeff Anderson and other beekeepers work with are European honeybees, which were brought over from Europe about 400 years ago. Their numbers have been dropping too, and Anderson says it keeps getting harder to raise healthy honeybees. In the 1980s, honeybees came under attack from two types of parasites that were new to North America. Honeybees have been hurt by pesticides and diseases too. In the spring of 2005, U.S. beekeepers found that 1/3 of their honeybees had died during the winter, much more than is normal. From 2015 to 2016, in spite of ever-increasing efforts to protect honeybee populations, U.S. beekeepers lost over 40% of their bees. The reasons are still not fully understood. Saving wild bees may be the best hope for the long-term health of crops that depend on bees. However, wild bees face a problem that has to do with the way that farmland is managed. For example, one of the most productive farm regions in North America is California's Central Valley. Yet, this area is not at all welcoming to wild bees. Too little of the land is in its natural state. Farmers and homeowners there have put the land to their own uses and gotten rid of weeds, wild plants growing where they aren't wanted, which are rich sources of pollen for wild bees. Bee experts know that wild bees do best when farmers avoid chemical pesticides and leave some land in its natural state. Farmers and other big landowners, and anyone with a garden, must do whatever they can to protect wild bees. The disappearing bee is only one of the many environmental crises in the news today. But while there are serious problems with our environment, there are also many good people working hard to solve them. Douglas Barish, editor of the environmental magazine On Earth, knows that news about the environment often sounds bad, and it can make people anxious. Yet, he is not anxious. Why not? Experience tells him that within each problem lies its solution. He is always meeting people who, when they see something broken, immediately see an opportunity. They see a chance to fix something and make it better, whether it's a motor to be improved or a forest to be restored. In the case of the honeybee, perhaps there are laws that need to be changed. One thing is clear. We'll have to figure out how to save the bees' way of life if we want to save our own.
Lesson 9, Technology. Passage 1. Telling time.
No one knows when people first thought about measuring time. We do know that they measured it by the sun, moon, and stars, and that they first divided time into months, seasons, and years. Later, they began dividing the day into parts, like hours and minutes, and they developed simple technology to help them do this. Today, we have much more advanced ways to tell time, and we can measure even tiny parts of a second. A great many things have changed in how people tell time, but not everything. The Sumerians, who lived in the area of present-day Iraq, were the first to divide the day into parts. Then, 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, people in North Africa and the Middle East developed ways to tell the time of day. They needed some kind of clock because by then they had organized religious and social activities to attend. That meant people needed to plan their days and set times for these events. Among the first clocks were Egyptian obelisks. The Egyptians used the movement of an obelisk's shadow to divide the day into morning and afternoon. Later, they placed stones on the ground around the obelisk to mark equal periods of time during the day, the way that numbers do on the face of a clock. That worked fairly well, but people could not carry obelisks with them. They needed something portable. So the Egyptians invented a kind of sundial that is now called a shadow clock. It came into use about 3,500 years ago, around 1500 BCE. There were many types of sundials in Egypt and in other areas around the Mediterranean Sea. All of them, of course, depended on the sun, which was no help in telling time at night. Among the first clocks that did not depend on the sun were water clocks. There were various types of these, too. Some were designed so that drops of water would fall at a constant rate, an unchanging speed, from a tiny hole in the bottom of a container. Others were designed to have a container slowly fill with water, again at a constant rate. It took a certain amount of time for the container to fill up or empty out. However, the flow of water was hard to control, so these clocks were not very accurate, and people still did not have a clock they could put in their pocket. Hourglasses filled with sand had similar problems. In the early 1300s, the first mechanical clocks, machines that measured and told the time, appeared in public buildings in Italy. Around 1500, a German inventor, Peter Henlein, invented a mechanical clock that was powered by a spring. Now clocks were getting smaller and easier to carry, but they still were not very accurate. Then, in 1656, the Dutch scientist Christian Huygens invented a clock that was a big step forward. This was the first pendulum clock. A pendulum moves from side to side again and again at a constant rate. Counting the movements of a pendulum was a better way to keep time. Huygens' first pendulum clock was accurate to within 1 minute a day. Developments in clock technology continued as the demand for clocks increased. Clocks were needed for factories, banking, communications, and transportation. Today, much of modern life happens at high speed and depends on having the exact time. We must also have international agreement on what the exact time is. Now we have atomic clocks, the best of which are accurate to about 1/10 of a nanosecond a day. But even with these high-tech clocks, we still measure a year by the time it takes the Earth to go around the Sun, just as people did long, long ago. We say that it takes the Earth 365 days for a trip around the Sun, but that is not exactly true. A year is actually a little longer, 365.242 days, or 365 days and almost 6 hours. So we generally add a day, February 29th, every 4th year, and we call those years leap years. However, this creates another problem. The extra hours in 4 years actually add up to less than 1 day, so adding a day every 4th year would give us too many days. So when a year ends in 00, like 1800, 1900, or 2000, for example, we don't always make it a leap year. We do it only when we can evenly divide the year by 400, as in 1600 and 2000. Remember that when you set your watch for the year 2100.
Passage 2. The screen versus the printed page.
We do a lot of reading on screens these days, on computers, smartphones, and other kinds of electronic devices. Is reading on a screen a different experience from reading on a printed page? Most people would say yes, but is it different in a way that matters? In particular, are there differences for someone who's reading not just for fun, but to learn? Most college students today, at least in the United States, are reading some, if not all, of their course materials on a screen because electronic resources have begun to replace printed texts. So these students need to know, is one kind of reading better than the other when it comes to understanding and remembering what you read? Since the 1980s, over 100 studies have been carried out to see if the technology you use changes how you read. Scientists have tried to find whether the brain responds differently to on-screen text than to words on paper. So far, the research has had mixed results. However, people generally seem to do a little better when they read a text, especially a long one, on a printed page rather than on a screen. That is, they do a little better on tests of how well they have understood and can remember what they read. One reason for this may be the physical properties of books. When you open a book, you see a page on the left and a page on the right. The 4 corners on each page give you a sense of where you are as you read. It's also easy to see where you're going because at all times you can see how long the book is and where you are in it. That helps you make a mental map of the text. Every piece of information in the book has its home address, so to speak. And when readers want to return to a particular piece of information, they often remember where in the book it appeared. With an electronic text, on the other hand, you can't see the entire text, and you can't make the same kind of mental map. You can use the search function to find a particular phrase, but it's hard to see any section of the text in the context of the whole. This may help explain why people reading electronic texts have to use more mental energy, get tired more quickly, and don't remember as much. There also seems to be a difference in the attitude that readers bring to reading on a screen. Without knowing it, many people seem not to take it as seriously as reading on paper. They spend more time scanning rather than reading, and they are more likely to read a text only once. They are also more likely to get distracted. They're less likely to set goals for their reading and less likely to reread the hard parts. These behaviors won't help readers understand or remember what they've read. Many students seem to know without being told that reading a printed page gives them something that reading on a screen does not. Studies have shown that many students print out electronic texts when they really need to understand them well. This practice may change as technology improves. The experience of reading on a screen may become less tiring, and it may become easier for students to mark up an electronic text the way they mark up a printed page. However, you don't need to wait for technology to improve. You can go ahead and change the things that are within your control, your attitudes and behaviors. Start by giving on-screen text the attention it deserves if you are reading to learn. To better understand and remember what you read, plan to reread the text, especially the difficult parts. Avoid getting distracted while you're reading, and don't multitask. Do more than one thing at the same time. As you read, ask yourself questions about what you're learning. Take notes while you read and after you finish. These are tips that apply to any kind of reading, on paper as well as on a screen, whenever you're reading to learn.
Passage 3. Appropriate technologies.
You are probably reading this book in a developed country. So when you hear the word technology, you are likely to think of computers, high-tech phones, cars, and so on. People who live in such countries can look forward to new and better models of all these products each year. Modern technology has made life in developed countries much easier. Technology can make life easier in developing countries too, but it has to be technology of another kind because the needs in those countries are very different. About 1.2 billion people, almost 1/5 of the people on Earth, don't even have electricity. What they need is technology that is appropriate for their situations. That is, they need technology that will help them meet basic needs for food, water, clothes, housing, health services, and ways to make a living. The phrase appropriate technologies means types of technology that use materials available in the local area, can be understood, built, and repaired by the people who use them, bring communities together to solve local problems. Some appropriate technologies are beautifully simple. For example, a project in Sri Lanka is using sunlight to make drinking water safe. Clear bottles are filled with water and placed in the sun for 6 hours. That is usually enough time for the sun to heat the water and kill germs. If the weather is cool or cloudy, it takes 2 days. This method has been proven to help people stay healthier. Amy Smith is a U.S. inventor with a passion for designing appropriate technologies. Smith studied engineering at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and then spent 4 years in Botswana. She taught math, science, and English there, and she trained farmers to take care of bees so they could get honey from them. In Africa, she realized that she could help people more by using her skills as an engineer. Smith said, "The longer I was there, the more I realized there were plenty of inventions that could improve the quality of life." So Smith went back to MIT and started working on low-tech inventions. Her first great invention was a screenless hammer mill. A hammer mill is a machine that grinds grain into flour. Usually, a hammer mill needs a metal screen to separate the flour from the unwanted parts of the grain. But screens often break, and they are hard to replace, so regular hammer mills are not much use in rural Africa. Women there often end up grinding grain by hand and spending hours each day doing it. Smith's invention does not need a screen. It is cheap to build, simple to use, easy to repair, and it does not need electricity. With this machine, a woman can grind as much grain in a minute as she used to do in an hour. Smith's invention has been a great success in Africa, but some other ideas that people have tried have not done so well. In northern Ghana, another project designed to help women failed partly for cultural reasons. The women in that area do most of the farming, and they spend a lot of time and energy walking to and from their farms. Most of the time, they carry heavy loads on their heads. They are very much in need of a better way to transport farm products, tools, water, and so on. Because bicycles are popular in the region, a bicycle trailer seemed to be a good solution to the problem. The trailer was like a shopping cart but had 2 wheels and was attached to the back of a bike. However, the idea didn't work. For one thing, it's the men in northern Ghana, not the women, who own and ride bicycles. In addition, the type of bicycle offered to the women was a bicycle with a crossbar. A woman wearing a dress, as is traditional there, cannot ride such a bicycle. For these reasons, the idea of using a bicycle trailer failed. Amy Smith and others continue to work on new technologies that are appropriate for developing countries. However, they must try to develop technologies that don't depend on electricity, since so many of these countries don't have it. Everyone would be better off if they had not only good low-tech technologies, but also electricity. That would open the door to advances in education and communication, and it would let doctors store medicines that must stay cold. It's true that the production of electricity sometimes causes pollution, but creative engineers could solve that problem. They could find ways to produce it without hurting the environment, perhaps by using energy from the sun, wind, or water. Of course, the problems of developing nations cannot all be solved by thinkers like Amy Smith, but many can. As she says, technology isn't the only solution, but it can certainly be part of the solution.
Passage 4. Technologies in Science Fiction.
Facts are pieces of information we can show to be true. When we read history, we want to know the facts, what really happened. Fiction is the opposite. Writers of fiction make up stories. These stories tell about people and events that come from the writer's imagination. Science fiction writers imagine not only people and events, but perhaps most importantly, technology. They often write about the effects of that technology on a person, a group, or society. These writers usually set their stories in the future. Some of them have predicted technology that seemed impossible at the time but really does exist today. An Englishwoman named Mary Shelley was one of the first writers of science fiction. In 1818, she wrote the book Frankenstein, which tells the story of a young scientist, Dr. Frankenstein, who wants to create a human life. He puts together parts of dead people's bodies and then uses electricity to bring the creature to life. However, he cannot control the creature and it kills him. Since then, the idea of a mad scientist, someone who tries to use science and technology to gain power, has been very popular in science fiction, especially in science fiction movies. In 1863, the French writer Jules Verne finished his first novel, 5 Semaines en Ballon, 5 Weeks in a Balloon, one of his many great science fiction adventure stories. It tells of 3 men traveling across Africa by hot air balloon. Readers loved it, but many were confused. Was it fact or fiction? The story sounded unlikely, but the writer's style and the scientific details made it seem true. Later that same year, Jules Verne wrote Paris au XXe siècle, Paris in the 20th century. A story he set in the 1960s, almost 100 years into the future. This story has descriptions of high-speed trains, gas-powered cars, electronic devices, skyscrapers, and modern methods of communication. Verne imagined all these things at a time when neither he nor anyone else in Paris had even a radio. In another book, De la Terre à la Lune, From the Earth to the Moon, 1865, he predicted that people would travel into outer space and walk on the moon, a prediction that came true on July 20th, 1969. Verne even got some of the details right. Both in his book and in real life, there were 3 astronauts making the flight to the moon. Their spaceship took off from Florida, and they came down in the Pacific Ocean on their return. Space travel continued to be a popular subject for science fiction in the 20th century. The best writers based the science and technology in their stories on a real understanding of the science and technology of their time. Computers, robots, and genetic engineering all appeared in the pages of science fiction long before they appeared in the news. The following quotation comes from a story by the great science fiction writer Isaac Asimov. He wrote these words in 1954. When you read them, remember that at that time there were no home computers. In fact, the few computers that existed were as big as some people's homes. In this story called The Fun They Had, Asimov describes a child of the future using a personal computer to learn math. Margie went into the schoolroom. It was right next to her bedroom, and the mechanical teacher was on and waiting for her. The screen was lit up, and it said, "Today's arithmetic lesson is on the addition of proper fractions. Please insert yesterday's homework in the proper slot." Margie did so with a sigh. She was thinking about the old schools they had when her grandfather's grandfather was a little boy. All the kids from the whole neighborhood came, laughing and shouting in the schoolyard, sitting together in the schoolroom. And the teachers were people. Back in 1954, readers probably found Asimov's story hard to believe. Today, his ideas do not seem so strange, do they? Asimov, Jules Verne, and others made some accurate predictions. Does that suggest that we should pay more attention to what sci-fi writers are saying today about the world of tomorrow? Perhaps, but we should also remember that such predictions have been wrong more often than right. Here we are in the 21st century without flying cars or vacations on the moon, And in spite of computers, the internet, and online courses, people still do go to school.
Lesson 10, Economics. Passage 1. Basics of Economics.
What do you think of when you hear the word economics? Perhaps the front page of a newspaper where you might see stories about employment or interest rates or a national debt on the rise. Many people find that such stories use terms they don't understand. They find economics confusing, yet they feel they need to know something about it. We all do. After all, economics is about us. In the words of Canadian economist Jim Stanford, economics is about who does what, who gets what, and what they do with it. When we talk about economics, we are talking about ourselves as workers, consumers, savers, and investors. The results of our individual and collective decisions in those roles make up the economy. Our individual decisions include such things as what products to buy, what work to do, and how much to invest in our education. To get the things we need and want, we need to use our resources, our money, time, and skills, and those resources are limited. That forces us to make choices. Economist Pearl Clonch explains, the economist's special way of looking at the world involves looking at the costs and benefits of making any decision or choice. Economics says that since everything interesting in life is scarce, choices have to be made. And choices involve costs as well as benefits. So if you want to make wise choices, you should use a benefit-cost approach. This method of decision-making, also called cost-benefit analysis, is often used by governments in deciding how to use their financial resources. Take the case of a decision about whether to build a highway. Officials would estimate the costs of the project, in taxpayer money, for example, and compare them with the benefits to highway users, for example. We can use the same approach in deciding how we spend our own money or our time. However, the costs of buying or doing something includes more than just the price we pay in dollars or euros or yen. When we choose one thing over another thing we also want, because we can't have both, then we lose the opportunity to get that other thing. Economists have a term for this loss: opportunity cost. When you have a limited amount of money and you choose to spend it on a pizza instead of a movie, you have lost the chance to see the film. The opportunity cost of getting the pizza is not getting to see the movie. To return to the example of the highway, when the government considers the cost to taxpayers, it must consider more than the price of labor and materials. Tax money is a scarce resource, and the government could use that money elsewhere. In other words, what is the opportunity cost of building the highway? In addition, there are environmental costs to consider, such as the loss of fields or forests. There may also be costs to people whose property lies in the way of the highway. Spending decisions are only part of the government's role in the economy. One of its most basic responsibilities is creating currency, the economist's term for money, which lets us make trades for goods and services. Imagine if we had to exchange goods and services without the use of money, the way people did before money was invented. How would you pay your school for your classes? You could offer to trade the school some of your belongings or do a job for them, but you might not have anything the school needed. Even if you did, you would waste a lot of time negotiating the trade. Money, on the other hand, lets us buy and sell goods and services quickly and easily. Most people agree that the government plays an essential role in creating and regulating money. However, other parts of its role in the economy lead to much disagreement. Our individual values make us judge government actions differently, just as our values lead us to different choices in our own lives. We study the costs and benefits of government actions. We debate what is and is not necessary. We all have opinions about who should do what, who should get what, and what they should do with it, and that is what economics is all about.
Passage 2. Supply and demand.
Introduction. The most basic laws in economics are the laws of supply and demand. Demand means how much of a product or service people want to buy. Supply means how much of that product or service is available for sale or can be produced. Understanding these laws is essential to understanding how markets work. That's because almost every transaction between a buyer and a seller is the result of how these two laws affect each other. Setting prices. The laws of supply and demand explain how prices for goods and services are set. When demand is high, producers see an opportunity for profit. They can charge high prices as they're producing goods to meet a demand. So if many consumers want fresh strawberries, for example, growers have reason to increase the supply. That's the law of supply at work. However, the law of demand says that when the price of something goes too high, fewer consumers will buy it. So if strawberries get too expensive, some shoppers will buy another fruit instead, and the demand for strawberries will drop. When the demand for strawberries is low, or when people aren't willing to pay a good price for them, growers reduce production. The goal of producers is to set a price low enough to bring in the number of sales they need, but high enough to make a profit. That price, the point where the quantity that consumers want to buy equals the quantity that sellers want to produce, is called the equilibrium price. It's the point where there's a balance between supply and demand. Notice in the diagram that as the cost of a box of strawberries rises, the supply goes up. But the demand for strawberries increases only as the cost drops. The point where the two lines cross is the equilibrium price. Imbalances between supply and demand. Two other important terms are surplus and shortage. When the supply is higher than the demand, producers have more of a good or service than consumers want. In that case, the difference between the supply and the demand is called a surplus. A surplus can mean anything from extra strawberries that no one is buying to extra workers that no one is hiring. When the opposite happens, the difference between supply and demand is called a shortage. A shortage means there isn't enough of something to meet the demand. For example, imagine a company producing a new toy, one that quickly becomes more popular than expected. It flies off the shelf. The company can't produce enough to keep up with the demand, and stores run out. The result is a shortage of the toy and some unhappy children. Other factors affecting demand. The example of the popular toy brings up another point about demand. Many factors other than price can play a role in how much of a demand there is for a product or service. How did this particular toy get to be so popular? Perhaps there was an especially effective ad on TV that sparked demand, or word of mouth might have done the trick. Then, as demand increased, the toy became scarce. When something is scarce, it often seems more attractive, which further drives up demand. We know that a change in price can affect demand, but other factors influence how much effect it will have. In the case of fresh strawberries, shoppers might easily change their minds about buying them if the price goes up $1. After all, there are close substitutes for strawberries. Other kinds of fruit are available too. On the other hand, we can assume that a $1 increase in the price of gas will make little difference in demand, as people will still need to drive to work or school or the doctor's office, and there's no close substitute for gas. Some drivers could use public transportation instead, but many could not or would not. Here we see another significant factor in how much a change in price will affect demand. Is the demand for a necessity, something people must have, or a luxury, something expensive you buy for pleasure? For most drivers, gas is a necessity. The demand for a necessity is less likely to rise or fall in response to a change in price than the demand for a luxury like fresh strawberries or expensive toys. Conclusion. To sum up, the law of demand says that if the price for a good or service goes down, people will buy more, and if it goes up, people will buy less. The law of supply says that if the price goes up, producers will produce more, and if it goes down, they'll produce less. However, these two laws don't tell the whole story. Nothing about economics is that simple.
Passage 3. Behavioral Economics.
An economist set up a table in a public place. Then he offered people walking by a choice of 2 chocolates. One was a gourmet chocolate that he had priced at 15 cents, while the other was a smaller, more ordinary chocolate priced at just a penny. More than 70% of the people who stopped at the table preferred the higher quality chocolate. Even though it cost 14 cents more, they were willing to pay the extra money for it. Then the economist dropped both prices by a penny, so the gourmet chocolate cost 14 cents and the other one was free. All of a sudden, the numbers were reversed. Only 31% of the people who stopped would pay the 14 cents for the better quality chocolate. The other 69% went for the smaller, more ordinary one, the free one. Question: why does the thought of getting something for free have such a strong effect on people's choices? The same economist secretly visited some dormitories at the U.S. university where he teaches, leaving a 6-pack of soda in each of several shared refrigerators. In most cases, the sodas were gone within 3 days. The students had helped themselves. Then the economist returned, but this time, instead of a 6-pack of sodas, he left a plate with 6 $1 bills. 3 days later, all the money was still there. Question: what made students decide it was fine to take a $1 soda but not a $1 bill? The economist and a team of researchers carried out a test that involved giving volunteers electric shocks. After one set of shocks, the volunteers got a pill that was supposed to make them feel less pain. They also got one of 2 brochures about the pill. Some of the volunteers read in their brochure that the pill they got was expensive, while others read that their pill had been marked down to only 10 cents. There was no actual pain reliever in any of the pills. Nevertheless, after taking the pills, when the volunteers went through another set of shocks, most of them reported feeling less pain. Of the people who got the high-priced medicine, almost everyone said that it helped. Of the people who got the cheap medicine, only half said that it did. Question: why do people believe that a higher-priced pain reliever works better? For answers to these questions, read the work of Dan Ariely, the economist who handed out the chocolates and fake pills and made the secret visits to those college dorms. Ariely is a professor of behavioral economics, a fairly new area of economics that has to do with economic decisions. He studies the behavior of consumers, borrowers, and investors. According to the teachings of traditional economics, when people make economic decisions, they act in their own best interests. That is, most economists assume that people are sensible and will make the choices that do them the most good. What behavioral economists are finding, however, is that this is frequently not true. People often make poor economic choices. Emotions get in the way of calculations, and people often repeat the same mistakes. Ariely calls people predictably irrational because their decisions often don't make sense, and because he can predict the mistakes they will make. One thing that influences people's decision-making is the way that a choice is presented to them. According to Ariely, most people don't know what they want until they see it in context. When faced with certain choices, presented in certain ways, for example by smart salespeople, people don't see the choices as they really are, and they're likely to make poor decisions. Ariely hopes that as people learn more about when, where, and why they make poor decisions, they will understand themselves better. Maybe consumers will learn to think differently and make better choices when shopping. Nevertheless, he admits to buying a $30,000 car, which was not the kind of car he truly needed, after learning that it came with 3 years of free oil changes, even though compared to the cost of a new car, the cost of an oil change, or even 3 years of them, is insignificant. Question: is Professor Ariely as predictably irrational as the rest of us?
Passage 4. The Economics of Happiness.
People often think of economists as focusing on money, production, and the cold, hard facts of what happens in the marketplace. It may therefore come as a surprise to think of an economist asking, "How happy are you?" However, some economists very much want to know. Richard Easterlin is an economist who has studied national happiness for years. In 1974, he presented a new theory. He said that a nation's economic growth doesn't always lead to its people becoming happier. Poor people do become happier when they get enough money for basic needs, but beyond that, he said, more money does not mean more happiness. Easterlin pointed to Japan as an example. In the years following World War II, Japan experienced an economic boom, one of the biggest in the history of the world. Between 1950 and 1970, its economic production grew by more than 600%. Japan grew from a country torn apart by war into one of the richest nations in the world. Surprisingly, however, the people of Japan didn't seem to grow any happier. According to one poll, they actually felt less satisfied with their lives in the early 1970s than they had 15 years before. They were richer, yes, but happier, no. For years, economists accepted Easterlin's theory. The public accepted it too. It fit in with the popular idea that money can't buy happiness. Perhaps we want to believe in this idea because we all hope that happiness is within our reach even when wealth is not. Easterlin's theory has been back in the news in recent years. The discussion began when two young economists, Betsy Stevenson and Justin Wolfers, argued against it in a 2008 paper that other economists found very interesting. Their position was that money is, in fact, likely to bring happiness. They based their argument on information that further polls had revealed over the 34 years since Easterlin's paper. They said, "Our key finding is that income appears to be closely related to happiness. Most countries get happier as they get wealthier, and wealthy countries have citizens with greater happiness than poor countries." Some of their information came from the Gallup organization, a well-known and respected polling organization, which found that people in the richest countries are happiest with their lives. At least 1/3 of the people in those countries give themselves a score of 8, 9, or 10 on a happiness scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the highest possible level of life satisfaction. The very rich and happy nation at the top of the list is Denmark. Denmark also sits at the top of lists created by other economists who do similar research. Who is at the bottom? Poor African nations, among them Tanzania, Togo, and Benin. As for the case of post-war Japan, Stevenson and Wolfers also looked back at the research done there. It turns out that the question in the poll changed over time. If you look only at the years in which the question stayed the same, then the percentage of people who rated themselves as satisfied or completely satisfied actually did rise. The central idea, then, is that the economic growth of a nation does generally lead to more happiness for its citizens. In poor countries, it can lead to better food and housing and more choices in life. In rich countries, it can pay for research and medical care that help people enjoy longer, healthier lives. Easterlin, however, remains unconvinced. He notes that China and the United States both grew richer in recent years without growing any happier. Easterlin, Stevenson, and Wolfers would all agree on at least one thing. Money isn't the only factor that influences happiness. Stevenson and Wolfers report that Latin American countries are happier than income alone would predict, and East European countries are less happy. When Stevenson and Wolfers speak about income and its influence, they're saying that what matters is absolute income. How much you make in dollars, pesos, euros, yen, etc. Easterlin, on the other hand, believes that relative income matters more. How much you make in comparison with other people. After your basic needs are met, you compare yourself with the people around you. How happy you are depends not on how much you have, but on how you think you compare with those others, and on how much more you want. Such comparisons may be human nature, or are they? Psychology professor Sonia Lubomirsky doesn't believe that happy people think this way. In her research, she has asked people who they compared themselves with. Less happy people, she reports, went on and on. How did happier people respond? She says, the happy people didn't know what we were talking about.
Part C, Advanced Level. Lesson 11, Arts. Passage 1. Anime.
Anime is a special style of Japanese animation. You can immediately see the difference between anime and other styles of animation. This is because of the high quality of the artwork and the style of anime, such as characters with large childlike eyes. In addition, you will see that anime is strongly influenced by Asian and especially Japanese religious and cultural traditions. Specifically, in anime you can see the influences of Shinto, a Japanese religion, Zen Buddhism, another religious tradition that is practiced throughout Asia, and the martial arts, such as karate and judo, that have been an important part of Japanese culture for a very long time. You could say that anime provides a window into Japanese culture. Anime is closely related to Japanese-style comic books, which are called manga. Many anime television shows and videos got their start as popular manga. Just as anime is different from American animated films and television shows, manga are quite different from American comic books. Manga usually include fewer words, but more complex drawings than American comic books. Such complex drawings can tell the stories themselves without very many words. Manga are also much more popular among adults in Japan than comic books are in the United States. In fact, manga is a multi-billion-dollar business in Japan, and more than one-half of all printed material sold there is manga. Like manga, anime is popular with Japanese of all ages. In fact, a large percentage of manga and anime is made for adults only. Their popularity helps explain why the quality of anime is so high. Anime and manga are big business. A recent anime film reportedly cost $45 million to make. Some of Japan's most talented artists and musicians are involved in creating manga and anime. But it is not just the quality of the artwork that makes anime so popular. Many anime stories deal with complex subjects and characters that change as the stories develop. The bad guy of Disney cartoons, completely evil and not very believable, is not common in anime. Rather, in anime, it is not always clear who the good guys and bad guys are. Also, death is shown as a natural part of life much more often in anime than in Disney movies and cartoons. If your only experience with animation is Disney, anime might surprise or even shock you at first. However, many people soon become fascinated by this Japanese form of animation. Some of the most interesting anime deal with modern technology. In this type of anime, the differences between machines and people, males and females, and good and evil are not always clear. Anime often looks at the challenges of life and culture in a world of rapid technological change. The characters in this type of anime deal with deep moral questions, such as the possible negative effects of technology on human relationships. This is very different from the simple way that Hollywood films and cartoons usually deal with the same subjects. With the beauty of the artwork and the complexity and originality of the stories and characters, it should not be surprising that the popularity of anime is growing rapidly all over the world. Anime has also had an influence on Hollywood. Some animated films made in the United States today are more complex than they were in the past, and are fascinating not only to children, but also adults.
Passage 2. The Stradivarius.
When Regina Buenaventura walks onto the stage, all eyes are on her violin. In the fifth row, Joseph Nagivari closes his eyes and listens. He has spent years in a laboratory studying the sound of the most famous instrument of all time. Nagivari believes that he has finally solved the centuries-old mystery behind the remarkable sound of the Stradivarius violin. This young musician holds the result of Nagivari's scientific efforts under her chin, the Nagivarius. She begins playing, and the violin makes a clear, brilliant, heavenly sound. Creator Nagivari opens his eyes. Could this be the magical Stradivarius sound? For 150 years, violin makers, musicians, and scientists have tried to solve the mystery of the Stradivarius. Antonio Stradivari lived in Cremona, a small northern Italian city. Before his death in 1737, he had made over 1,000 violins, violas, cellos, and guitars. 2 sons followed him into the business, but they died soon after. The details of how their father and other violin makers from Cremona made their remarkable instruments died with them. How could an illiterate man with no education produce instruments with such a heavenly sound? Did Stradivari and the other violin makers from Cremona have a secret? Joseph Nagivari's laboratory in the United States at Texas A&M University is a world away from Cremona. Nagivari began teaching biochemistry at the university in the late 1960s. A number of years ago, he began making violins. Using his knowledge of chemistry, Nagivari believes that he has found the answer to the Stradivarius puzzle. In 1977, Nagivari provided the Violin Society of America with the results of his research. He claimed that the high quality of Stradivari's instruments was not due to his artistic talent. Rather, the remarkable sound was a result of the materials Stradivari used, specifically the chemical properties of the wood and varnish. Stradivari himself probably did not understand the importance of these materials. In other words, Stradivari was certainly talented, but he probably owed much of his success to luck. Nagivari's announcement shocked violin makers and dealers. His theory was a direct challenge to the way that violins had been made for years. It also challenged violin makers' belief in the importance of their artistic talent. Nagivari stands by his theory. The pieces of the puzzle have been around, and I have not invented anything new. But I put the pieces, together, while the others could not. I am the first chemist of good international standing, who obviously has a much better understanding of the effects of these natural chemicals. The best proof of Nagivari's theory may be the instruments he makes. By using what he has learned from his research, Nagivari claims to produce violins with a sound quality very similar to that of a Stradivarius. This is demonstrated in The Stradivarius Puzzle, a 13-song CD recorded by well-known professional violinist Zina Schiff. On it, Schiff plays both a Nagivarius and her 1697 Stradivarius, reportedly worth $3 million. Schiff says, I sent the Stradivarius puzzle to a friend of mine who was a conductor, and he had no idea. He just could not tell. The truth is, I would rather be playing on one of Dr. Nagivari's instruments. Isaac Stern, one of the most respected violinists of the 20th century, is quoted as saying, Dr. Nagivari's knowledge makes his work of special value to us all today. So why do violin makers and dealers refuse to even discuss Nagivari's theory? Nagivari's website suggests that because many violin makers consider themselves artists, they have a personal interest in focusing on the art, not the science, of violin production. And Schiff believes that violin makers and dealers feel threatened by the fairly low cost, $10,000 to $25,000, of a Nagivari instrument. Schiff came from a poor family, So she feels very strongly that people who cannot afford Stradivari violins should still be able to have high-quality instruments. According to Schiff, Dr. Nagivari's violins have made this possible without having a negative effect on the beauty and value of a Stradivarius.
Passage 3. Rapping.
Rap is a spoken form of musical expression. It involves words spoken in rhyme with a recorded or live rhythm section. Many people use the terms hip-hop and rap to mean the same thing. In fact, hip-hop is the culture that modern rap grew out of. Hip-hop is a culture with its own language, clothing styles, music, and ways of thinking, and it is constantly growing and changing. It includes several different art forms, including visual art, dance, and music. Rap is just one part of hip-hop culture. Although there is a lot of disagreement about exactly where and how rap began, most people agree that it got its start in the mostly African-American neighborhoods of the Bronx in New York City in the 1960s. At that time, large outdoor street parties called block parties were becoming popular. Young people who could not afford expensive musical instruments or equipment took simple turntables and microphones out onto the streets. But instead of just playing the music, they moved the spinning or turning records with their hands. At the same time, they scratched them with the needles of the turntables. The changes in the sound of the music became known as cutting or scratching. The young people who played the music were called disc jockeys. These disc jockeys, or DJs, used their turntables as instruments to create a new musical form. Other performers working with the DJ interacted with the crowd by talking louder than the music, often in rhyme. These performers were called MCs, or MCs, and their interaction with the crowd became known as rapping. Later, the MCs became known as rappers. Interaction between the performers and the crowd is an important characteristic of rap. Among the many people who contributed to the development of rap, artist Grandmaster Flash stands out. The techniques or methods that he invented have become an important part of hip-hop culture. Flash was one of the first DJs to begin using a turntable as a musical instrument, rather than just a piece of equipment that played records. First, he would find a short section of a song that he liked. This was called the break. Then he would use 2 copies of the same record and 2 turntables to invent creative ways to play the break over and over without stopping. In the 1970s and 1980s, rap's popularity grew, and the rhymes became more complex and clever as the performers competed with each other. The music that they rapped to included recordings of famous African-American musicians and breaks from popular disco and rock music of the time. Many rappers also performed with live musicians. Today, hip-hop culture is popular all over the world, and young people everywhere listen to rap. There are many reasons for rap's popularity. It offers young people the chance to express themselves freely. It is an art form that can be performed without a lot of money, training, or equipment. Rapping involves verbal skills that many people already have or can develop. You can rap slowly or you can rap fast. All of this allows rappers with very different personalities or ideas to express themselves. This does not mean that rapping is easy, however. It calls for a quick mind, an ability to use language well, originality, and an excellent sense of rhythm. It presents the performer with many challenges, but only two rules: rhyme to the beat of the music and be original.
Lesson 12, The Youth. Passage 1. Gifted Child.
At the age of 18, Canadian teen chess player Pascal Charbonneau had all the qualities of a child prodigy. He was smart, knew a lot about a variety of subjects, had achieved a lot at a young age, and was confident in his abilities. But Charbonneau did not like to be called a prodigy. Winning a championship at this age is considered special, but I don't like thinking of myself as someone who is very different from other people, he said at the time. Like many 18-year-olds, Charbonneau was trying to decide where to go to college. School had always been easy for him, as it is for most gifted students. Many gifted students choose to finish school early to avoid getting bored, but Charbonneau decided to cruise through his classes so he could concentrate on chess and some of his other interests, such as sports and French literature. In general, gifted students tend to have an insatiable appetite for information. They are also perfectionists. In addition, most are independent and sensitive to injustice. Other characteristics include specific ability in one area along with the ability to concentrate on it for a long time, excellent reading ability, a large vocabulary, originality, rapid mastery of new skills, and an ability to see connections between ideas. Having these characteristics can be challenging, even depressing, said 18-year-old Charbonneau. He was critical of even his best performances. I'm rarely ever happy with what I do. Charbonneau knew that the pressure on him would soon begin to grow as every young chess player tried to become the next champion. That pressure has destroyed a lot of talented young people. For example, many young musical prodigies have walked away from their careers after discovering they will not become the star of their dreams, says François Gagne. Gagne is an expert on gifted children who worked at the University of Quebec at Montreal, Canada for many years researching the topic. When you are a prodigy, your goal is to become an international master musician, he said. If you cannot become someone at the very top, you are not interested in becoming a musician in an orchestra. World-famous violinist Itzhak Perlman has seen many talented young musicians simply burn out. Rarely do you see people survive, and that's the goal, to survive your gift, he once told the New York Times. Charbonneau did survive his gift. He became a Grand Master of Chess in 2006 and has represented Canada and the United States in a number of major team events over the years. He studied mathematics and finance at the University of Maryland in the United States, graduating in 2006. He then went on to work as a financial analyst in New York City. Between 2 and 5% of young people are gifted, 2 to 3 years beyond their peers. But extremely gifted prodigies, the Beethovens and Mozarts, are much less common, perhaps 1 in a million, said Gagne. Here are some facts about several well-known child prodigies. Probably the most famous child prodigy of all, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, 1756 to 1791, began writing music before he was 5. By age 6, he had written a remarkable amount of music and performed throughout Europe. Some of Ludwig van Beethoven's 1770 to 1827 music was published when he was only 12. Despite losing his hearing as an adult, he continued to write music until his death. It is often said that the great scientist Albert Einstein, 1879 to 1955, failed at school. In fact, he did well and could be described as a prodigy. Einstein was always a high achiever, although his best work was done when he was in his 20s.
Passage 2. Bullying in schools.
A middle school student is regularly threatened and beaten by his classmates. A 15-year-old girl drops out of school after she receives hundreds of text messages telling her that she is stupid. These are just two examples of an ugly side of school life: bullying. Dr. Dan Olveus, an expert in bullying from Norway, studies aggression in schools. On his website, bullying is defined as aggressive behavior that is intentional and that involves an imbalance in power. Most often, it is repeated over time. Notice that the definition includes the word aggressive rather than violent. That is because not all bullying is physical. Often, it is emotional. In a recent report on bullying in the United Kingdom, 44% of students from 13 to 20 years old reported that they had been bullied at least once a week. In studies conducted in the United States, 25% of students reported that they had been bullied. Who are the bullies? They can be male or female, and they are often popular among their peers. They do not have low self-esteem or anxiety. Instead, they have a strong need for power and domination. According to Dr. Olveus, too little love and care in childhood and too much freedom are conditions that strongly contribute to the development of bullies. Bullying is not affected by a family's economic situation. Bullies come from both rich and poor backgrounds. And the victims? Based on his research, Dr. Olveus claims that the typical victim tends to be more anxious and less secure than his classmates and usually has a negative attitude toward violence. In surveys, parents of male victims report that their sons are often cautious and sensitive at an early age. In addition, often they are not physically strong. This makes it easier for bullies to pick on them. There are several types of bullying. First, there is physical bullying. Physical bullying involves violence. There is direct contact between the victim and the bully, such as hitting, kicking, and scratching. Both girls and boys can be victims and aggressors, but physical bullying more often involves boys. Second, there is verbal bullying. Verbal bullying involves face-to-face insults. The bully often says he is just joking, but his goal is humiliation. Both girls and boys are involved in verbal bullying, but some research shows that it is more harmful to girls. Third, there is social bullying. Social bullies do not interact with their victims face-to-face. Instead, they talk about them behind their backs and do not include them in social activities. Girls are often the victims. This is probably because, according to research, girls are more sensitive to their social position. If we examine the data, we see that social bullying and physical bullying are equally harmful to the victim's emotional health. Finally, there is cyberbullying, which is the newest form of bullying. It involves the use of social and electronic media such as text messages, instant messaging, and gaming websites. Cyberbullying is indirect, and the bullies are often anonymous. Because cyberbullying is new, there is not much data on its long-term effects. There are several differences between cyberbullying and traditional bullying. First, cyberbullying is usually anonymous. Second, it is not limited to a particular place, such as school. This means that the victim has no safe place. The cyberbully can always find him or her. Third, the messages that the cyberbully sends are almost impossible to remove from the internet. Fourth, the number of people who can see those messages is unlimited. Fifth, victims are unlikely to ask for help. There is a lot of interest in cyberbullying. Studies show that the effects of cyberbullying are similar to other forms of bullying. Victims tend to have low self-esteem and higher rates of depression and anxiety than those who have not experienced bullying. Interestingly, cyberbullying does not appear to have created a new type of victim. Victims of cyberbullies share the same characteristics as victims of more traditional bullying. On the other hand, some studies show that cyberbullying has created more bullies. This is probably because cyberbullying is indirect and anonymous. It is easier to hurt someone who you do not see and who does not see you.
Passage 3. Sleepy Teens.
When school superintendent Russell Dever enters the local coffee shop at around 7:20 a.m., it is crowded with students. "The line is out the door because our high school kids are getting coffee," he said. And they are not standing in line for the decaf. They need the caffeine to stay awake in class. Talk to American high school students and you hear the complaints about how late they stay up, how little they sleep, and how early they must be in class. These days, there is increasing concern in schools across the United States about students who are not completely awake in morning classes. School officials in some states have even changed start times so teenagers can sleep later. According to sleep expert Mary Carskadden, the fact that many teenagers work long hours outside of school and have computers and televisions in their bedrooms contributes to a serious lack of sleep. But, she said, the problem is also due to biology. As the bodies of teenagers develop, their brains also change. These changes make teens more likely than adults to have trouble sleeping at night. Teenagers need at least 8 to 9 hours of sleep a night, but the average teen gets a lot less. Carskadden's study, completed in the fall of 2001 with researcher Amy Wolfson, showed that nearly 30% of students in the 10th grade slept less than 6 hours on school nights. Less than 15% got more than 8 hours of sleep each night. 8th graders averaged 8 hours of sleep a night, although that age group, she said, needs at least 9 hours a night. Even more remarkable are the results of a 1997-1998 school year study. In that study, 12 out of 24 U.S. high school students who were part of an experiment at a sleep laboratory had brainwave patterns similar to those of someone with narcolepsy, a serious condition that affects sleep. What's going on is that at 8:30 in the morning, these kids would normally be in school sitting in a classroom, but their brain is still in the middle of the night, said Carskadden. Parent Dawn Dow says her son just cannot go to bed before 10 p.m. Last year, he was trying to put himself to bed at 8:30 and was coming in at 9:30 and 10 o'clock in tears saying, "I just can't go to sleep." It is not a case of children wanting to be up late. It is a change in his chemistry. So, would letting teenagers wake up later make a difference? Kyla Wallstrom of the University of Minnesota in the United States studies the effects of changing school start times. She has looked at students in Edina and Minneapolis, two cities in Minnesota, where public school officials have moved high school starting times past 8:30 a.m. In Minneapolis, the middle school begins at 9:30 a.m. She said the later starting times have reduced student absences. They have also lowered dropout rates by 8% over 4 years. In addition, she said, teachers report that students are not sleeping at their desks during the first 2 hours of class anymore. She said 92% of parents from Edina reported that their teenagers were easier to live with. The students reported that they were feeling less depressed and were getting better grades. Big changes in school start times may not be possible in some areas. However, Wallstrom said her research shows that even small changes can contribute to a solution to this serious problem.
Lesson 13, Genetics. Passage 1. Genetics Science.
Who are we? Where did we come from? How are we related to each other and to other living things? The written record of the search for the answers to these questions goes back at least 2,500 years. At that time, Pythagoras, the famous Greek mathematician, believed that children got all of their physical traits from their fathers. Later, Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, realized that children inherit characteristics from both of their parents. However, he incorrectly believed that a child was the direct product of the mixing of the mother's and father's blood. Modern genetics, the science that helps us to understand how and why we get traits from our parents, was not born until the 19th century. The father of modern genetics was Gregor Mendel, an Austrian scientist. Through 8 years of experiments on pea plants, Mendel proved that characteristics from the mother plant and characteristics from the father plant are not mixed together when the two plants cross-pollinate and produce the next generation of plants. Rather, the characteristics that are dominant, stronger, will come out in the first generation. The characteristics that are recessive, weaker, will only appear in the second generation. For example, if you take a very short pea plant and cross-pollinate it with a very tall pea plant, you might expect the new pea plant to be of average height. But in fact, the first generation of plants will all be very tall, because that characteristic is dominant. Short plants will not appear until the second generation because that characteristic is recessive. The theories that Mendel developed using plants were later applied to all living things, including human beings. Future research that would explain how parents pass traits on to their children through their genes grew out of Mendel's work. What is a gene? Explained very simply, a gene is a set of instructions that you get from your parents before you are born. Your genes are similar to an instruction book for a computer. When you open the book, you see a list of all of the parts of the computer. Then you see instructions telling you how to make the computer work. Your genes, like the instruction book, contain a complete list of all of the parts that make a human being. They also contain instructions on how to put the parts together to make one special individual, you. Today, scientists are learning more and more about genes and their effect on what we look like, how we behave, and what kinds of sicknesses we have or are likely to get in the future. They are using this information in 2 areas: genetic engineering and genetic testing. Through genetic engineering, scientists change how genes work. They sometimes replace one gene in a cell with another gene that works better in some way. Because all living things, not only humans, have genes, Scientists use genetic engineering to produce plants and animals that are healthy, grow rapidly, or are useful to us in some other way. Gene therapy is a type of genetic engineering that is sometimes used in humans who have very serious health problems. It involves using genes to try to cure an illness in someone who is already sick, or to prevent someone with the genes for a genetic disease from getting sick. At this time, gene therapy is experimental. It is only used on patients who have diseases that cannot be treated or cured in any other way. When doctors do genetic testing, they take DNA from a person or other living thing and examine it carefully. One important use of genetic testing in humans is to discover if someone has or might get a genetic illness. Then the doctors might put him or her in a scientific study and use gene therapy to treat or prevent the disease. Genetic testing can also be used to determine the gender of a fetus, although doctors often use other simpler techniques to get this information. If experimental gene therapy is successful, someday genetic testing and engineering might be used to allow parents to choose desirable traits or get rid of undesirable ones before their child is even born.
Passage 2. A terrible inheritance.
If you had a risk of developing a genetic disease, would you want to be tested for it? What factors would affect your decision? If there were no way to prevent, treat, or cure the disease, would you still want to be tested? As gene research progresses, these are questions that a growing number of people are facing. As many are discovering, there are no easy answers. Meet Catherine Moser. Moser is an occupational therapist at Terrence Cardinal Cook Healthcare Center, a nursing home on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. In 2002, Moser's maternal grandfather died at Cook. He had Huntington's disease, a severe genetic illness that attacks the brain. Victims of the disease usually begin to show symptoms when they are 40 to 50 years old. Early symptoms can include emotional changes such as depression and behavioral changes such as aggression. As the disease progresses, victims suffer from a loss of control over their movements, difficulty in thinking and talking, and severe emotional complications. After 10 to 20 years of suffering, victims lose all ability to move and finally die. There is no special diet that you can follow to prevent Huntington's. There is no medicine that doctors can prescribe to treat it, and there is no operation they can perform to fix it. If one parent suffers from Huntington's, his or her children have a 50% chance of inheriting the gene that causes the disease. And if you have the gene, you will definitely develop the illness. There is no effective treatment. All of its victims get worse and then die. No one has ever recovered from it. At the age of 23, Moser made the decision to be tested for Huntington's. Her decision was unusual. Since there is no treatment or cure, most people at risk for Huntington's do not see any benefit to being tested. And knowing that you will one day get the disease can be harmful to your mental health and your relationships. In fact, Moser's own mother did not agree with her daughter's decision. If her daughter had the harmful gene, it would mean that she had it too. And Moser's mother did not want to know because, as she said, you don't want to know stuff like that. You want to enjoy life. Nancy Wexler, like Catherine Moser, comes from a family with a history of Huntington's. Her mother, grandfather, and 3 of her uncles died of the disease. And like Moser, Wexler works closely with victims of the disease. She is a neuropsychologist at Columbia University and is in charge of the Hereditary Disease Foundation. She is an expert in Huntington's. In fact, she was involved in the discovery of the gene for the disease in 1993. That discovery led to the development of a genetic test for the disease. It is the same test that Moser decided to take years later. Wexler, like Moser, had always intended to have the test when it became available. But when she was actually faced with the decision of whether or not to be tested, she realized that she did not want to know. If the test were positive for the gene, she felt that her life would be poisoned by the knowledge. "If you take the test, you have to be prepared to be really depressed," said Nancy. "I've been depressed. I don't like it." Moser had the test in 2005. It was positive for the deadly gene. However, she says that she is not sorry that she was tested. "I'm the same person I've always been. It's been in me from the beginning." At first, it was difficult for her to be around the Huntington's patients at work. However, she now finds strength and purpose in working with them. She is also involved in raising money for research on Huntington's disease. Mostly, she is busy living her life. "I have a lot to do, and I don't have a lot of time." Sadly, Moser's mother has not spoken to her daughter since she found out the results of the test. In an interview, her mother said, "It's a horrible illness. Now he, my husband, has a wife who has it." Did she think of him? Did she think of me? Who is going to marry her? Wexler has never been tested, but it seems that she has been more fortunate than Moser. She is now in her 60s, past the age when symptoms of the disease usually appear. As Wexler continues her research, Moser goes on with her life. She is working, playing tennis, going to church, learning to ride a unicycle, spending time with her best friend, traveling, and hoping that the work of Wexler and others will lead to a cure soon, before it is too late for her and thousands of others.
Passage 3. Designing the Future.
A young couple has decided that it is time to have a baby. So, what is the first thing they do? They go shopping. But not for clothes or furniture. That will come later. Before anything else, they must decide whether they want a girl or a boy. Next, it is time to consider their future child's intelligence. Do they want a gifted child, or would a child with an average level of intelligence be acceptable? And what about personality? Do they care if their child is shy? Is kindness important to them? Finally, it is time to consider physical traits. What eye color would they prefer? What about height and weight? Do they want an athletic child so that he or she can play tennis with mom? There are so many features to choose from. Actually, the situation described above does not happen today. But a recently developed technique in genetic engineering has led many scientists to believe that changing a human embryo's DNA, and thus its traits, is scientifically possible. If this sounds more like science fiction than science, think again. The technique is called CRISPR. According to experts, using CRISPR to cut out and replace a piece of human DNA would be remarkably easy. Jennifer Doudna, a respected biologist and the co-developer of the technique, recently said, "Any scientist with molecular biology skills and knowledge of how to work with embryos is going to be able to do this." Already, genetic testing can be used to identify gender very early in the embryo's development. The genes that mark for a number of genetic diseases can also be identified. Some scientists are convinced that they will soon find the genes for a wide variety of traits: physical appearance, artistic talent, a tendency toward depression, just about anything you can imagine. And if scientists know the gene or genes that control a specific trait, it is at least theoretically possible that CRISPR could be used to replace an undesirable trait with a more desirable one. But just because scientists can do it, does it mean they will do it? Guoping Feng, a biologist at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, thinks so. In the future, he hopes to use CRISPR to replace human genes that cause disease with healthy ones. He believes it will take about 10 to 20 years for the technology to be safe enough to use in humans. "It's hard to predict the future," Feng said, "but correcting disease risks is definitely a possibility and should be supported. I think it will be a reality." Not everyone shares Feng's positive attitude, however. Doudna, the scientist who co-developed CRISPR, organized a meeting to restrict the use of the technique on human embryos. At the end of the meeting, Doudna and a group of experts in genetics, ethics, and law called for scientists to agree not to use CRISPR to produce children with genetic changes. However, the group supports basic research using CRISPR, including experiments on embryos. What do non-experts think about all of this? It is difficult to know, but a recent survey conducted in the United States found that 46% of adults approved of using genetic engineering to reduce the risk of serious diseases. However, 83% said that changes to make a baby more intelligent would not be acceptable. Of course, this is only one survey from one country. Perhaps it is more instructive to remember that historically, whenever the once unimaginable has become possible, cars, airplanes, and the internet, for example, it soon becomes common. If the technology exists, how can we prevent trait shopping by parents who want a perfect baby? Scientists do not agree on the morality of producing children with genetic changes or the exact day when it will happen. But most do agree that day is approaching. This brings up very difficult social and moral questions. What are the long-term health risks of introducing genetic changes that will be passed on to future generations? Will too many parents choose to have children of the same gender, leading to a shortage of boys or girls? What will happen to children whose parents cannot afford to give them the advantages enjoyed by their genetically designed peers? How will society treat imperfect children? In short, will changing human genes change humanity itself?
Lesson 14, Emotions. Passage 1. Expression of emotion.
In the northwest of Canada, there is a group of people called the Utkuikalingmut, or Utku. According to anthropologist Jean L. Briggs, author of the book Never in Anger, the Utku have no real word in their language for anger. And even more remarkable, adults rarely seem to get angry. The word that they use to describe the angry behavior of foreigners translates not as anger, but rather as childishness. Similarly, the Ifaluk people of Micronesia seem to rarely get angry. However, in contrast to the Utku, they talk about anger all the time and have many words to describe it. They consider anger to be evil, a demon in fact, and fear it. The expression of grief and gratitude is central to the Kaululi culture of Papua New Guinea. In contrast, people from the United States generally spend very little time talking about grief or gratitude. Research on American males shows that they are particularly uncomfortable expressing these emotions. What is going on here? Aren't we all human beings? Don't we all feel the same basic emotions? This is a topic that philosophers, scientists, religious leaders, and anthropologists, among others, have been arguing about for centuries. Most researchers today believe that a limited number of emotions are universal. However, there is not complete agreement on which emotions humans indeed share. Fear and anger are almost always included. Guilt, joy, shame, disgust, and surprise are also considered by many to be universal. But then, how can we explain the Utku and the Ifaluk? Dr. Robert C. Solomon, professor of philosophy at the University of Texas at Austin, has argued that emotions are, at least in part, culture-specific. In one essay, he says that even among people from the same culture, it is difficult to get agreement on what an emotion is. For example, most anthropologists would not consider love to be an emotion. But if it is not an emotion, then what is it? Another challenge is how to determine that two people are indeed feeling the same emotion. You can observe people's behavior and ask them to describe their emotions, but it is impossible to directly observe what they are feeling. This becomes even more complex when you are trying to compare emotions across cultures. We tend to associate certain behaviors with specific emotions, but of course, our associations are based on what those behaviors mean in our own culture. For example, imagine you are a teacher in the United States with a student from another country. Your student has failed the class. You learn that his behavior has changed. Suddenly, he is avoiding his friends and spending all of his time alone. If you are from the United States, you will probably describe his emotional state as depressed. Why? In U.S. culture, there is a belief that people who suddenly change their behavior and avoid other people are often depressed. However, if you have some knowledge of the student's culture, you might recognize his behavior as an expression of deep shame at disgracing his family. Of course, this example is very simple. It does not mean that people from your student's culture do not ever experience depression, or that people from the United States do not feel shame. However, can someone from a culture that does not place the same value on family honor really understand this deep feeling of disgrace? In other words, is shame really the same emotion in all cultures? Another reason to believe that not all emotions are universal is the fact that different languages characterize emotions in different ways. For instance, in the ancient Indian languages of Sanskrit and Bengali, emotions are described as being either sattva, lightness, rajas, movement, or tamas, heaviness. Interestingly, two of the examples of sattva, cheerfulness and nobility, are not generally considered to be emotions in English. Is this just a language difference? Or does it reveal that people across cultures do not share a similar emotional experience? The mystery of whether emotions are universal or culturally specific is one that most likely will never be solved. That probably contributes to our fascination with the subject.
Passage 2. Catching other people's emotions.
You wake up one day with a fever and a bad cough. Should you go to work? In the past, many employers would likely have said yes. Going to work even when you were sick showed your commitment to your job and was considered a virtue. Missing work for any reason was frowned upon. Nowadays, however, employers would probably agree that the proper decision in this case would be to stay at home. After all, it is better for one sick employee to miss a day or two than to pass the illness on to everyone in the office. But now imagine this situation. You wake up in a bad mood. Should you be concerned about passing your mood on to your coworkers? According to psychologist and writer Daniel Goleman, the answer is yes. In his recent book, Social Intelligence, The New Science of Relationships, Goleman explains that our brains are social tools. That is, the human brain was designed for social interaction. Research shows that the human brain contains cells called mirror neurons. According to Goleman, these neurons allow us to sense both the move another person is about to make and their feelings, and instantaneously prepare us to imitate that movement and feel with them. Goleman goes on to say that mirror neurons link brain to brain. If you put a person in a meeting who is either purposely upbeat or downbeat, it changes the whole group's collective mood for better or worse. One example of passing one's emotions on to others is through laughter. One person starts laughing out loud, and even though we have no idea what the person is laughing at, we begin to laugh as well. When people are alone, on the other hand, they rarely laugh out loud, even when they read or hear a very humorous joke. This suggests that laughter is meant to be shared. When someone laughs out loud, it is easy to recognize his or her emotional state. But most emotions are not expressed in such an obvious way. How are we able to recognize them? Brain research has shown that our ability to sense others' emotions is in our genes. We may not be conscious of it, but we are particularly good at reading others' facial expressions. Even the most reserved people reveal some emotion on their faces. For example, a movement as small as a raised eyebrow can communicate a world of information. Psychologist Paul Ekman is considered the world's leading expert on facial expressions. He has spent years identifying the muscle movements that make up the thousands of facial expressions that we use to communicate our emotions. Interestingly, Ekman's research has revealed that our facial expressions are not only a mirror of what we are feeling. Sometimes, just making a facial expression can cause us to experience a particular emotion. For example, if you're in a bad mood, but put on an artificial smile, you will start to feel better faster. In other words, sometimes the facial expression actually starts the emotional process rather than the other way around. So if you greet someone with a cheerful expression on your face, both of you will be more likely to feel cheerful. Now let's return to our worker who wakes up in a bad mood. What should he do? The decision might depend on the workplace. If the atmosphere is generally positive, he should get up and go to work. It is more likely that he will catch the positive mood of others than that he will pass on his negative mood. And if he smiles despite his bad mood, he will have an even greater chance of recovery. On the other hand, if the workplace atmosphere is negative, it might mean that he's already caught the negative feelings of his coworkers. In that case, it might be a good idea for him to start looking for another job. And now that he understands how emotions are passed from one person to another, he should be more choosy about where he works. He should look for a healthy workplace where he is unlikely to catch negative feelings from his coworkers. At the same time, he should be more conscious of the effect that his own emotional state has on his coworkers. As Goleman says, mirror neurons make us far more neurally connected than we ever knew. This creates a pathway for emotional contagion. If you really care about people, it gives a new spin to the term social responsibility. What emotional states are you creating in the people you're with?
Passage 3. Microexpressions.
Dr. Paul Ekman has been named one of the most influential psychologists of the 20th century. He is an expert in nonverbal communication, including gestures and facial expressions. One of his many achievements was the discovery of microexpressions. Microexpressions are facial expressions that flash across the face and then disappear in less than a second. Microexpressions cannot be consciously controlled, and they happen so fast that most people do not even see them. Dr. Ekman was also involved in developing a tool for identifying the range of human facial expressions, the Facial Action Coding System, FACS. While all of Dr. Ekman's work is fascinating, one area has received a lot of attention: using facial expressions to detect lies. Many of us believe that we can tell when someone is lying. However, research shows the opposite. Most of us are very bad at it. According to Ekman and other experts, only a very small percentage of the population, less than 1%, is gifted at identifying liars. Researchers working with Dr. Ekman have developed 3 tests to determine a person's lie detection abilities: an opinion test, a crime test, and an emotion test. For each test, the researchers made short videotapes of people either lying or telling the truth. The test taker then watches the recordings to see if he can identify the liars. In the opinion test, half of the people were lying about their opinions. In the crime test, half were lying about stealing $50. In the emotion test, half were lying about their feelings. To be considered gifted or a wizard, the term used by Ekman and other researchers, the test taker must score at least 90% on the opinion test and at least 80% on the other 2 tests. After testing approximately 20,000 individuals over more than 30 years, researchers have only identified about 50 wizards. And what about the other people who took the tests? Most people scored 50% or lower, almost the same result they would get if they were guessing. However, a small percentage of individuals scored 80% or higher on at least one of the tests, while doing poorly on the others. The test that they scored highly on was almost always related to their profession. For example, more police officers scored well on the crime test, while a higher percentage of therapists did well on the emotion test. This is understandable. After all, experience in a profession should lead to the development of skills related to that field, shouldn't it? Surprisingly, however, most people did not even score well on the test related to their profession. So, how do the wizards do it? According to Dr. Ekman, when people are hiding the truth, their faces leak information. That is, their facial muscles move in ways that a wizard or someone with special training can detect. For example, anger is an emotion with a characteristic feature, a tightening of the lips. However, the micro-expression for anger flashes so quickly across the face that you can easily miss it. Also, people often smile when they attempt to hide anger. This makes it even harder to catch that brief tightening of the lips before the smile. Wizards, however, are able to identify and interpret these micro-expressions immediately. That is how they can tell when someone is lying. Imagine how useful this information could be to the police. Police officers often have only a few seconds to calculate the danger of a situation. Sometimes a simple incident, such as stopping a speeding vehicle, can become violent if the police officer misreads the driver's intentions. During this type of incident, an officer's ability to recognize the difference between a real smile and one that hides rage is extremely valuable. It can help prevent tragedies, including serious injury and even death. Or imagine that you are falsely accused of a crime. Wouldn't you want to be able to call in a wizard to read the truth on your face and stand by you during the legal process? Although less than 1% of us are natural wizards, Dr. Ekman believes that with enough motivation and practice, almost anyone can be trained to see and correctly interpret micro-expressions. To prove his point, Ekman developed a training tape with 40 examples of facial expressions. The first time most people watch the tape, they cannot see any of the micro-expressions. However, after just 30 minutes of practice and instruction, they can see all of them. And after several days of training, most people are able to not only see, but also interpret micro-expressions successfully. However, identifying and successfully interpreting micro-expressions does not tell you what someone is lying about. It only tells you that the person is lying about something. To find out exactly what happened during a crime, for example, interpreting micro-expressions is only one tool among many that can be used. In 2004, Dr. Ekman retired from his position as professor of psychology at the University of California, UCSF, Medical School, and started his own company, the Paul Ekman Group, PEG. PEG conducts trainings all over the world and also develops online interactive training tools. PEG's clients have included police departments, the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, healthcare professionals, security organizations, and business leaders. Interestingly, there are also many individuals who take the training to improve their personal relationships.
Lesson 15, Animals. Passage 1. Animal music.
It has long been said that music is universal, but now science is proving just how deeply true that statement really is. Like most people, scientists cannot define exactly what music is, but they know it when they hear it. One group of scientists has shown that human appreciation of music may be shared by whales, birds, and even rats, that it is remarkably ancient, and that studying why animals and humans appreciate music may help us better understand how the brain works. In research published in the journal Science, several scientists have shown that in very basic ways, other species share music appreciation, and that this appreciation may be one of humanity's oldest activities. Through such research, scientists hope they may come to understand the human mind better. Perhaps they will even learn key information about how to deal with damage to the auditory system. Yella Adama is a biologist and co-author of one of the science papers. Like several of the researchers involved in the science papers, Adama is both a scientist and a musician. In addition to his work in biology, he plays the flute. He has carefully made exact copies of ancient bone flutes in order to play them. He wants to determine the kinds of sounds that early humans may have made. Do musical sounds in nature reveal a profound bond between all living things? Asks one of the papers. There is a lot of evidence that perhaps it does. For example, the general structure of whale music is remarkably similar to that of human music. Indeed, the songs of one type of whale follow many of the same precise rules that are nearly universal in human music. The two species share a similar tonal scale, and their songs involve the introduction and variation of a central theme. Many species of birds sing in ways that also follow the rules of human song. They use note scales similar to those used by humans, even though an endless variety of such scales is possible. Among some species, songs are passed from one generation to another or are shared by a group of peers. And some birds even intentionally look for objects that can be used as instruments and then play them. For example, one type of bird uses a hollow log as a drum, beating on it with a small stick it breaks off from a tree. There is also evidence that music played an important part in early human history. For example, 40,000-year-old flutes have been found in northern Europe. Referring to early humans, Adama says, to see that they spent so much time making instruments means music was important to them. The ability to make music, some scientists believe, may even be older than language. Mark Jude Tramo, a neurologist, says he is fascinated by the complexity of the human brain's reaction to music. There is no music center in the brain, he wrote. Almost every thinking part of the brain is involved in listening to music, and when we move to the music, many of the areas controlling movement are involved too. Imagine how much of the brain lights up when we dance. Tramo sees the research on music as a process that will lead to a better understanding of how the brain works. By learning exactly how the brain processes and understands the specific features that music is made of, a more complete understanding of how the brain makes sense of the world around us may develop. Other scientists are conducting similar research on how the brain reacts to visual arts. One of their motivations is to understand how the human visual system works. Tramo believes that understanding is going to help scientists in their efforts to help the deaf to hear and help the blind to see.
Passage 2. Human's best friend.
Most of us are familiar with the saying, "Dogs are man's best friend." But is the feeling mutual? Do dogs consider humans their best friends? Recent research could provide an answer. The latest scientific evidence shows that dogs likely evolved from wolves much earlier than was thought before, perhaps as many as 35,000 years ago. This gives support to the theory that humans and dogs evolved together. According to the theory, humans were involved in the evolution of dogs, and dogs were involved in the evolution of humans. This is called coevolution. A key piece of evidence for coevolution is the fact that humans and dogs share a surprising number of genes. And some of those genes are involved in behavior. One similarity between human and dog behavior is the frequency and purpose of eye contact. Researchers noticed that dogs spend a lot of time looking at their owner's eyes. From a scientific point of view, this was very surprising. Why? Direct, sustained eye contact signals aggression in most animals, including wolves, dogs' ancestors. For dogs, in contrast, gazing into their owner's eyes does not lead to aggression. Rather, it appears to signal a close, trusting bond with their human companions. But why would dogs' behavior be so different from that of other species? Researchers thought that it might be related to the hormone oxytocin. Oxytocin is often called the love hormone. Why? It is released when people hug or gaze deeply into each other's eyes, and it produces pleasurable feelings. The connection between sustained eye contact and the production of oxytocin is particularly important to the establishment of a strong bond between human parents and their newborn babies. To test this idea, scientists measured the levels of oxytocin in dogs and their human companions before and after they gazed at one another. They found an increase in oxytocin in both the dogs and the humans. And the longer the dogs and humans looked at each other, the more oxytocin was produced in both. Scientists then performed this same experiment with wolves that were raised by and lived with humans from birth. Interestingly, they found that the wolves did not gaze back at the human parents who had raised them, and there was no increase in oxytocin production. This difference between wolves and dogs was striking. For a long time, researchers believed that dog behavior resembled the behavior of their genetic ancestors, wolves. Is it possible that due to coevolution, dog behavior is actually closer to human behavior? To answer this question, researchers turned to another area of study: the ability to read body language, including facial expressions. In an experiment at the University of Veterinary Medicine, Vienna, scientists taught dogs to distinguish between happy and angry faces. After training, the dogs could very easily tell the difference between pictures of happy and angry people that they had never seen before. This is evidence of another similarity in human and dog ability and behavior. Yet another experiment shows how similar dogs are to human children. Researchers found that dogs perform tasks better when their owners are in the room with them. This is similar to the way that human children behave. In the experiment, dogs played with toys under 3 conditions: when their owners were present and talking to them, when their owners were present but silent, and then when their owners were not present. The dogs played with their toys much more when their owners were present, regardless of whether the owners spoke or not. However, when their owners were not present, the dogs were much less likely to play with their toys. They did not seem to be interested in performing for strangers. The conclusion? Similar to human children, dogs are much more likely to perform tasks successfully for their human parents, their owners, than for strangers. What can we conclude from all of this research? The fact that humans commonly refer to dogs as man's best friend reveals the human point of view. However, is the feeling mutual? Based on the evidence available at the moment, the answer appears to be yes.
Passage 3. The mind of the chimpanzee.
In the middle of the 1960s, Beatrice and Alan Gardner started a project that, along with other similar research, taught us a lot about the chimpanzee mind. They bought an infant chimpanzee and began to teach her the signs of ASL, the American Sign Language used by many of the deaf in Canada and the United States. The Gardners achieved remarkable success with their student, Washoe. Not only did she learn signs easily, but she quickly began to put them together in meaningful ways. It was clear that when she saw or used a sign, she formed a picture in her mind of the object it represented. If, for example, she was asked in sign language to get an apple, she would go and find an apple that was out of sight in another room. When news of Washoe's achievements were first announced to the scientific community, there was a lot of protest. The results of the research implied that chimpanzees had the ability to learn a human language and suggested that chimps might possess intellectual skills similar to those of humans. Although many were fascinated and excited by the Gardners' discoveries, many more bitterly criticized the whole project. The controversy led to many other language projects, and the resulting research provided additional information about the chimpanzee's mind. The fact that chimpanzees have excellent memories surprised no one. So it was not particularly remarkable when Washoe gave the name sign of Beatrice Gardner, her surrogate mother, after a separation of 11 years. Actually, it was no greater an achievement than the memory of dogs who recognize their owners after separations of almost as long. Chimpanzees also possess pre-mathematical skills. They can, for example, easily tell the difference between more and less. They can put things into specific categories according to a particular characteristic. Therefore, they have no difficulty in separating a pile of food into fruits and vegetables at one time and at another dividing the same pile of food into large and small, even though this calls for putting some vegetables with some fruits. Chimpanzees who have been taught a human language can combine signs creatively in order to describe objects for which they have no sign. Washoe, for example, puzzled the people taking care of her by asking many times for a rockberry. Eventually, they discovered that she was referring to a sweet type of nut that she had been given for the first time a short time before. Another language-trained chimp described a cucumber as a green banana, and another referred to an Alka-Seltzer as a listen drink. They can even invent signs. One chimp had to be put on a leash when she went outside. One day, ready to go outside but having no sign for leash, she showed what she wanted by holding a bent finger to the ring on her collar. This sign became part of her vocabulary. Some chimpanzees love to draw and especially paint. Those who have learned sign language sometimes give a name to their artwork. This apple, or sweet corn, or bird, or whatever. The fact that the paintings often look, to our eyes, remarkably different from the objects themselves either means that the chimpanzees are not very good artists, or that we have a lot to learn about chimpanzee art. People sometimes ask why such complex intellectual powers have evolved in the chimpanzee when their lives in the wild are so simple. The answer is, of course, that their lives in the wild are not so simple. They use and need all their mental skills during normal everyday life in their complex society. Chimpanzees always have to make choices, where to go, or with whom to travel. They need highly developed social skills, particularly males who want to become leaders. And low-ranking chimpanzees must learn to hide their intentions or do things in secret if they want to survive. Indeed, the study of chimpanzees in the wild suggests that their intellectual abilities evolved over thousands of years to help them deal with daily life. It is easier to study intellectual skill in the lab where, through carefully designed tests and the proper use of rewards, chimpanzees can be encouraged to stretch their minds to the limit. It is more meaningful to study the subject in the wild, but much harder. It is more meaningful because we can better understand the environmental pressures that led to the evolution of intellectual skills in chimpanzee societies. It is harder because, in the wild, almost all behaviors are complicated by endless variables. Years of observing, recording, and analyzing replace planned testing. The number of research subjects can often be counted on the fingers of one hand. The only experiments are nature's own, and only time, eventually, may lead to their being repeated.
Lesson 16, Scientists. Passage 1. The Life of a Scientist.
The attractive, well-dressed woman holds up a pair of gloves. There seems to be nothing remarkable about them. But there is a story behind these gloves. It involves a war, a little girl who wanted to be a housewife, a determined mother, a talented student, 3 prestigious universities, and a unique ability to see the big picture. Jung-hwa Choi was born in 1946 in Seoul, Korea. The only girl in a family of 4 children, Choi lost her father in the Korean War. Her mother went to work as a nurse to support her family. In Korea at that time, it was unusual for a woman to work outside the home, and as a child, Choi was very sensitive to her mother's absence. Although an excellent student, she resisted her mother's attempts to interest her in a career in medicine. She knew exactly what she wanted to do with her life, and it did not involve medical school. Choi's dream was to be a stay-at-home wife and mother. Choi's mother, however, was determined that her children attend university. Choi agreed, but with one condition: she would not study medicine. She would study home economics. Choi entered prestigious Seoul National University and did very well in her studies. Her professors encouraged her to go on to graduate school, but with no intention of having a career, Choi was not interested. Fate, however, had different plans. While Choi waited for a suitable husband to appear, she took a job with the government as a child welfare worker. But after she had been at her job for only 6 months, one of her former professors offered her a job as an assistant in the Department of Home Economics. It was an interesting opportunity, and she accepted. Choi spent almost 5 years in the department. While she was there, she learned a lot about clothing and textiles. Reading through international publications, she became fascinated by a field that did not even exist in South Korea at that time: clothing physiology. Clothing physiology is the study of the biological function or work of clothing, specifically how clothing can contribute to or interfere with the healthy functioning of the human body. Although she had always dreamed of being a wife and mother, Choi accepted the fact that perhaps it was not her fate to marry. She therefore began to look for a graduate program where she could study clothing physiology. Japan seemed to be the best choice. She taught herself as much Japanese as she could by reading textbooks and looking through Japanese fashion magazines, and in January 1973, left South Korea for Japan. Choi expected that it would be at least a year before she would be ready to take the demanding Japanese university entrance exam. To her surprise, however, She passed after only 2 months of study. In March 1975, just 2 short years after her arrival in Japan, Choi graduated with a degree in clothing physiology from prestigious Nara Women's University. She then went on to get a PhD from the School of Medicine at Kobe University in Kobe, Japan. As her research topic, Choi examined how Korean traditional clothing compares to Western clothing in 2 ways: thermal adaptability, how well the clothing allows the body to control temperature, and mobility, how well the clothing suits the wearer's movement. Choi's research confirmed that Korean traditional clothing, while beautiful, did not perform very well on a physiological level. In September 1979, Choi returned to Seoul National University, this time as an assistant professor in the same department where she had studied and worked years before. She has since done important research on the effects of clothing on the wearer's quality of life. She and her research team conduct scientifically controlled experiments to precisely measure the ways in which clothing affects mental, physical, and occupational health and well-being. And that's what brings us back to those gloves. As a scientist, one of Choi's strengths is her ability to notice problems that others do not, and then come up with solutions. On a visit to the South Korean countryside, Choi noticed the green stains and painful cracks on the farmers' hands. After analyzing the farmers' work habits and needs, she returned to her laboratory to design a glove suitable for their work. In coming up with the final design, Choi considered a range of factors, from the rate of sweating to worker productivity. The gloves that she and her research team invented are made of a thin, light material that breathes, making it comfortable enough for all-day wear. The fingers of the glove are covered in a material that stops the fingers from slipping. At the same time, the material is thin enough for the farmers to feel what they are doing. Choi and her research group have since patented their invention, and their gloves are worn today by agricultural workers all over South Korea. The gloves have also attracted the attention of those in other professions, including pharmacists who find that the gloves are perfectly suited to their work. Eventually, Choi did marry and have 2 children, but she has hardly been a stay-at-home wife and mother. She has worked as a professor at Seoul National University, published many papers in her field, and has patented a number of inventions.
Passage 2. The father of vaccination.
In a small town in England, in the middle of the 18th century, an 8-year-old boy named Edward Jenner was intentionally infected with a deadly disease. He was then locked in a barn with other children who had been similarly infected. There they remained until they either died or recovered. Fortunately for humanity, Jenner survived. Child abuse? No. Variolation. A common practice in the 18th century, variolation involved deliberately infecting a healthy person with the variola virus that causes a terrible illness, smallpox. To infect the healthy person, doctors would take the pus from a person sick with smallpox and intentionally inject it into the healthy person. Why would a doctor do this? Variolation was the only effective means of fighting smallpox, a deadly disease that was regularly killing between 10 to 20% of the population of Europe at that time. Among children, the death rate was even higher. 1 in 3 infants and children who caught smallpox died. Although almost everyone who was variolated caught the disease, the death rate among variolated children was only about 10% as compared to more than 30% in children who caught the highly contagious disease directly from another person. And most importantly, almost everyone who survived variolation never caught the disease again. It is possible that variolation saved Jenner's life, but he would never forget his terrible days in the barn. Perhaps that is what led him to choose a career in medicine. In 1761, at just 13, Jenner began his medical studies. By 1770, he was studying anatomy and surgery under John Hunter at St. George's Hospital in London. With Hunter, Jenner was trained in the scientific method, which his instructor described simply as, "Why think? Why not try the experiment?" After 2 years in London, Jenner returned to his hometown. He was a popular doctor due to his gentle personality and surgical skill. One common request from his patients was for variolation. Jenner performed the procedure many times, although he used a more humane method than the one that he had suffered through as a child. In his medical practice, Jenner observed something unexpected. A small number of his variolated patients never developed smallpox. Because of his training in the scientific method, he wanted to understand why these particular individuals were able to resist the disease while all others, as expected, contracted a mild to severe case of the deadly disease. He discovered that the variolated patients who did not develop smallpox worked closely with cows and had all previously had cowpox. Cowpox is an illness passed from cows to humans. Jenner observed that some of the symptoms of cowpox and smallpox were similar. However, while cowpox was a mild illness that did not lead to death, smallpox was a severe, life-threatening disease. He was also aware of a common belief that people who had had cowpox never got smallpox. Based on his observations, Jenner came up with a theory. He believed that cowpox not only protected against smallpox, but could be passed from one human being to another as a deliberate means of protection from the disease. In May 1796, Jenner got the chance to test his theory. He learned that a young woman from a local farm, Sarah Nelms, had cowpox. Jenner asked the parents of an 8-year-old boy named James Phipps for permission to conduct an experiment on their son. Jenner chose James because he had never had cowpox or smallpox. Jenner removed pus from Sarah's hand and spread it on scratches he had made on the boy's arms. As expected, the boy developed cowpox, but recovered rapidly. Jenner was now ready for the second, riskier stage of his experiment. On July 1, 1796, Jenner variolated Phipps with pus from a smallpox patient. Jenner and other scientists and physicians waited anxiously for the results. In fact, James Phipps never caught smallpox. This was clear evidence to support Jenner's theory, but more data were needed. Jenner experimented successfully on 13 more patients and, at the end of 1796, wrote a report describing his work for the Royal Society. However, it was turned down for publication. According to those who reviewed it, Jenner's theory was too much of a challenge to the accepted medical beliefs of the time. Jenner ignored the criticism and continued experimenting. In 1798, he published his own book based on 23 cases in which vaccination, named for the vaccinia virus of cowpox, resulted in lasting protection against or immunity to smallpox. Although many people continued to criticize Jenner, some well-known London physicians were starting to vaccinate their patients. By the beginning of the 19th century, the practice of vaccination had spread throughout the world. Eventually, Jenner's contributions to science were formally recognized. However, he never made an attempt to get rich through his discovery. Instead, he spent much of his time working without pay to spread the good news about vaccination. In 1977, the last known victim of smallpox recovered. No new cases appeared, and in 1980, the World Health Assembly announced that the world and its peoples were free of smallpox.
Passage 3. A Nose for Science.
In 1791, Marie Antoinette escaped Paris with her husband, Louis XVI. Dressed as simple travelers, they left for Austria. But before they arrived, they were caught. How? The legend says that when the Queen stepped down from her carriage in a cloud of expensive perfume, everyone knew she must be royalty. No ordinary person could afford to wear anything that smelled so heavenly. The Queen eventually paid for the mistake with her life. This is just one of the many perfume tales that scientist Luca Turin enjoys telling. Turin is a biophysicist with an unusual hobby, collecting perfume. Turin has been obsessed by smell since he was a boy, and he used to entertain himself by analyzing the scents of wild plants. He has an unusually sensitive nose and is very good at identifying different scents. Turin describes his excellent sense of smell in this way. Every perfume I've ever smelled has been to me like a movie, sound and vision. To me, smell is just as real as they are. When he was a young scientific researcher in Nice, France, Turin frequently visited local perfume shops, collecting rare fragrances. He was well known for his ability to smell a perfume and analyze it, immediately identifying the individual scents that it contained. As he added to his perfume collection, Turin was also progressing in his scientific career. Although trained as a biologist, he considered the division of science into separate fields, biology, chemistry, and physics, to be artificial. He moved freely from one field to another, following a path determined only by his interest and intellect. In that way, he gained a wider range of knowledge than most scientists possess. At the same time, Turin's fascination with perfume grew. One day, he and some friends visited a large discount perfume store where Turin bought almost everything on the shelves. On the way home, he entertained his friends by describing the fragrances in language that was so poetic that they told him he should write a book. He decided to do exactly that. In 1992, Turin's book was published as Parfum, le Guide, or Perfume, the Guide. In it, Turin skillfully critiques some of the world's most famous fragrances. For example, this is how he describes Rush by Gucci. It smells like an infant's breath, mixed with his mother's hairspray. What Rush can do, as all great art does, is create a yearning, then fill it with false memories of an invented past. Turin's book was extremely popular among the secretive big boys, the 7 large companies that control the world scent market. Turin's talent at translating smell into words won him a rare invitation to visit their laboratories. There, Turin discovered that the widely accepted theory about how we are able to identify particular smells by the shape of their molecules did not seem to work. Under this theory, it should be fairly easy for a chemist to build new molecules and accurately predict what they will smell like. But in fact, this is not the case. Each new smell the big boys create involves an investment of millions of dollars. That is because only a very small percentage of the new molecules possess the desired fragrance. Now Turin had a new obsession: solving the mystery of smell. As a scientist with an extremely sensitive nose, an obsession with perfume, access to the big boys' laboratories, and a wide range of scientific knowledge, he was particularly well suited to the challenge. Within just 3 years, Turin believed that he had the answer. The key was not the shape of the molecules, but rather their vibrations. Turin sent a paper presenting his theory to a prestigious science journal and waited anxiously for a response. However, a few scientific reviewers recommended that the journal turn the paper down. Scientists who had based their careers on the old theory of smell also reacted negatively, and he was even accused of fraud, an accusation that turned out to be false. What is Turin's explanation for this negative reaction from some in the scientific community? First of all, he is sharply critical of the standards for publication in science journals. He argues that the reviewers turned his paper down due to their narrow focus on just one field of science. Therefore, they couldn't make sense out of a complex theory involving biology, chemistry, and physics. He also believes that scientists do not have enough time to write scientific reviews. In an interview in 2013, Turin said, "These days, people have 900 emails per day. How much time is there to read, to think, to review a paper?" Reviewing papers? Honestly, all of us have better things to do. But of course, you have to do it, so the standard of review now is really, really low. However, Turin has not given up on his theory, nor have many in the scientific community. Although his ideas remain controversial, he has continued to research and publish scientific papers. For 9 years, he used his theory to create scent molecules to sell to companies that use scent in their products. He has also worked as a visiting professor at prestigious American and international universities and research institutes. He has conducted research for the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, a U.S. government agency, on an artificial nose that would be much more sensitive than the human nose. Such a nose could be used in a wide range of fields, including medicine, where it could be used to identify cancer cells. Turin's interest in the art of scent also remains strong. In 2006, he published a book about his work, The Secret of Scent: Adventures in Perfume and the Science of Smell. In 2008, he and his wife, Tanya Sanchez, wrote another guide to perfume titled Perfumes: The A to Z Guide, which received excellent critical reviews in prestigious American and British publications.